We're live. Are we going live?
Do we have to?
What's this live?
Are we live yet?
Can we just say we're live?
Are we live yet?
Why would you go live?
We're live yet?
We're too live.
Is this over
Are
yet?
we live yet?
That's gonna be
live.
that's gonna be
Are we too live?
There's people out there in the chat.
it's gonna be Gizzard 5 minutes after they leave on the way to SHOT Show. Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
So GFC Gizzard fried chicken.
No, it's gizzard fried street gizzards.
What was that one night? Was it street candy bars?
Street candy.
Street candy.
Is that different from parking lot tamales?
Go live on YouTube.
You're going to see where it happened here in just a week.
Ooh.
Parking lot.
Brown chicken, brown cow.
What's funny is the same guys that come up selling parking lot tamales.
Well, it's just it's just a different side of the trade. It's a different day of the week, probably. It's the same guy selling all that stuff. They just show up. Just depends on what day of the week you get there, you know.
Well, Sarge loves those parking lot tamales.
Well, I've already put the challenge out there that somebody's got to hold him down and somebody else has to force feed him some of those parking lot tamales.
I'm going to do a review of them so I can beat Travis P11 to it, man.
Oh, man.
Oh, shit.
You know how good that would be?
Never challenge King Travi.
No.
You better watch it. Nothing beats Nebraska. Nothing beats Nebraska parking lot tamales, I hear.
Apparently.
Yeah.
We're heading from Arizona.
There's something about authentic Mexican food that makes me think Nebraska.
Right.
Not Oklahoma?
Remember, Nebraska's just right over the border.
What border?
There's a border.
I don't know what border, but one of the borders.
It's not the south of the border I was talking about.
All right. So what we got here? We got 10 of us in here. That's not bad.
7 to go.
Yeah, that's right. Like to get one of these days, we'll get 18. One of these days, I'll send the links out to everybody I can, and we'll see if we can get like 75 people in here.
Just put it in the chat.
I think the maximum is actually 50.
Hashtag not.
Oh, what's this?
50. What the hell kind of half-ass horse shit is that?
It's not me.
But your night's right.
I'm sending G a strongly worded email right now. Only 50.
No, you're not. You're too lazy to send an email.
Yeah, probably.
You're just going to complain about it right here, and then throw some flour around, and then shake your rolling pin, and then get on to doing what you were doing before.
Parking lot tamales. Is that the steel case Tula of Mexican food? Yeah, it's it'll get the job done, but it's not all that accurate, right?
Well, how accurate do your tamales need to be?
Well, it just scatters.
After you eat them, you want to be pretty accurate if it's your home toilet. But if you're in like a truck stop, then it doesn't matter.
You don't want to be that accurate then.
Yeah.
That is a fair assessment. I've never seen a truck stop toilet where anybody was accurate.
That's what you call pray and spray.
In any facet of use, they're inaccurate.
They're inaccurate. See, this guy's blaming it on the toilet. Like it's the toilet's fault that he missed all over the place.
Yeah, it's the toilet's fault for not moving where I was going.
So let's
says the selfless shame promoter.
Oh.
What was that roll call?
What?
The selfless shame promoter.
E-begging.
What's that saying?
I don't like entering a room and hearing
fool me
nice
once,
talk.
there's shame.
It scares me.
Shame.
So promote the shit out of some shame. Oh, there's Kingpin. That guy again.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. We got the Sun Snob out there. 7 Wonders is out there.
What?
Did you say the 7 Wonders?
I'll tell you what. Let's. Why don't you? I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick. Let's do some plugs here. Glimtech, Gizzard, and then C4. Go for it. Ba-dum.
Ba-doom, ba-doom. Oh, because it's going to take a little while here for him to go get a drink. But anyway, good evening. Thank you for the invite.
My turn.
Next.
Hi, Gizzard Gary, along with my cat and channel partner, George Grayson Cat. And thank you for the invite. Glad to be here. And now to C4 Defense.
Well, hey guys, thanks for the invite. Nothing new other than the fact I fought uselessly on the range today trying to set my audio levels and figure out my new voice recorder perfectly. But hey, we're making progress. Hoping to finish it up tomorrow so I can get ready for SHOT Show.
SHOT Show. That's all we're going to talk about. We're going to put 5 hours worth of SHOT Show chatter out there tonight on the internet. I hope everybody's okay. Everybody I hear is like, I need more SHOT Show chat. Need more SHOT Show chat.
No, I'm hearing the opposite.
No, you don't. You don't have your finger on the pulse of the YouTube community like I do.
Yeah, or the
Are you sure
Midnight,
you've
I
got it
hate
on
to
the
tell you,
pulse?
that's not his finger you got it in. It's not the pulse you got it on.
Yeah, I was going to say that too.
No.
Also, why
You can get somebody's pulse in many different
Did
places.
you add something into the food that you shouldn't have? Do we have to call the food inspectors to come in here and check the food?
No, the food inspectors won't come to the Waffle
not a
House
bad
anymore.
idea.
We've tried.
Don't worry.
My God.
This isn't.
We've tried. It's kind of like
I've been paying them off. I've been paying them off in flapjacks
don't
for
touch
years.
the
They don't
soup.
worry about it.
Don't touch the soup. He put rat
No
poison.
soup for you.
It might break some of that good old Puget Sound sandwich so you can get some heroin and cocaine in it.
Bada bing, bada boom. Night Strike, what's going on with you?
What's the matter, you?
What's not going on with me? I
What's
don't know.
the matter, you?
Don't say that. Don't say that. You do an awful accent. My grandfather could do that better.
What's the matter, you?
huh?
The Jews got nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with it.
What's the matter for you? What's the matter, you?
Germans got nothing to do with it.
Travis said
Germans ain't got nothing to do with it.
Pennsylvania and Italian accent.
Pennsylvania Italian. We are a melting pot of melting pots.
Right.
Rich White, what's going on? How was the show tonight? I didn't get a chance
Don't
to
say
watch.
that too loud, or my wife will come out there and kick your ass.
Oh shit.
Somebody in trouble.
As a matter of fact, she probably won't. She won't kick your ass. She'll just send her uncle over or her cousin over to do it.
Anyway, show was pretty good, I guess. We talked a bunch of stuff. We had Bloke's 2 cents actually show up on the program.
Oh yeah. He's too good for this show. I sent him a link, he don't show up.
Well, he said he had to go to bed because he has to get up for work tomorrow.
Those Australians are like that though. Those guys they're bitter, angry people.
He's English.
You're getting Vandal and Bloke mixed up there, Midnight. Put down the birch beer. Put down the birch beer. You've had enough.
Vandalistic Applause is Australian. Technically, he's New Zealand, but we call him an Aussie regardless.
They're Kiwis either way.
Yeah,
Australians are just British prisoners anyway.
Mm-hmm. See? Yep.
Anyway.
Bloke wears a shirt. Vandalisca don't.
That's true. I had a Vandalistica chat all to myself last night until some flatulent bovine showed up and screwed it all up for me.
Moo.
Yep. Unknown user says a girl told me today to go hang out with a bunch of beer swilling, gun clinging, sexist losers. Can I hang out here for a while? Yeah, until you find people like that. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it won't take long.
Yeah, Bloke was telling us all about his new business he's got going. He's going to be testing suppressors for people.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's got what do you say, Rich? He's got 25 suppressors in his
30.
office. 30? Yeah.
30 different suppressors sitting in his office.
Yeah. So he's going to he said he's going to put a video out every week on each one.
You know how deadly that office is? That's the most deadly room in the whole planet.
Yeah.
Oh, look out.
Next to your kitchen, yeah.
Yeah, just imagine if he's got to cut one, all he's got to do is stick one of the suppressors there. Nobody will ever know. They'll all be silent.
Oh, all be SBDs.
Keith Gregory says, "Congrats on the win, Gary. What did you have a child paternity suit that we didn't know about and you won, or what?"
Oh, Jesus Christ. If you had the over-under on the Chief and Texans game today, 82 points.
Jesus.
Yeah, we spotted the Texans 24 points in the first quarter and came back and beat them.
That was crazy.
Yeah, it was. It was a mess.
It was awesome.
The worst, you know what the best part of that is? That still is not the highest scoring game this season. There was one game where both teams scored over 50.
Kingpin, what's up?
Not a whole lot, man. Thanks for having me. How are you?
No problem. Oh, the usual.
Bowling ball farts on pancake.
Oh, you bet. It ain't true. It ain't true. This guy's always talking about his
Come back tomorrow.
Herb Nurkshus, what's going on?
Hello.
Ermagerd.
Herb Nurkshus.
You ain't got the stones.
Incoming meme.
Talk anymore.
Yeah, incoming meme. And fire.
Hello.
Whoa, Seven Wonders. That might be the creepiest thing you've ever said. That is actually creepier than when you said that stuff to Snob Star.
No.
Or
Oh,
about
yes.
his sister.
Yeah,
That's not sister, Seven sister.
Seven sister for Seven's brother?
What the hell?
No, Seven sister for 7-7.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't that his cousin? Yeah,
Cousin, sister. It's equally screwed up.
Yeah, it was a mess any way you look at it.
Fellow gun tuber. Hola.
That's one hell of a family tree going straight up.
Mm-hmm. Family telephone pole.
Stumpy.
Well, no, Stumpy would be going down, I guess, because all you have is the roots left.
Like going down.
So would that be? That wouldn't be incest. That'd be necrophilia.
Night Science brought to you by Night Strike. Visit nightstrike.com for all your science needs.
For all your dead.
Anyway, what's going on with you, Abe?
Girls are using the beating to Night Strike.
Seven keeps sending me lotion in the mail.
Wow.
Well, now, Ghost, it all depends on what kind of lotion it is. If it's hand lotion, CBD lotion, or if it's bleaching lotion.
Is the container sealed?
He said, I thought it was hilarious, but okay, 5 minutes.
We need to get through the opening hellos. It's already gone so far south.
07. That's not 5 minute worthy.
I did see her. Oh, yeah, sorry. Ape. I'm sorry. I forgot. I said it.
Yeah.
Asked you for your intro, and then 5 minutes later, you still hadn't done it.
I know. What kind of a shit show am I participating in? I know exactly what kind of shit show I'm participating in. Not a whole lot. Got to go to a gun show yesterday and picked up some brass to form into 3240s. Other than that, not a whole lot to do.
3240. What is that?
Let me.
I mean, I understand what 432. It's a 32 caliber and it's 40 grains of powder. Like, you know what I mean? But
hold on here. Let me grab an actual.
That's how many birch beers it takes.
Yeah, 32 to 40.
Yeah.
Oh no, Midnight's a lightweight. I mean, one or two, and you'll be bucking in the rafters, talking about those damn anti-skid mats, how they set them up for failure. So,
Ozark says, I'd love to see Tim from Matt go up to a sample gun at SHOT Show range day and pull out his gauntlet test gear. I only about 1 in every 7 guns actually works for him. So, I mean, even without the gauntlet gear, they probably start sweating bullets when he moseys on up to the range day.
Taser.
So okay.
So that's the 3240 right there, the one that's sticking out. But problem is, nobody makes brass for it because it really hasn't been popular for like 100 and some odd years.
Right.
So you either got to take a 30-30 and neck it out like that.
Oh, okay.
How about I?
Well, that's not that big of a deal then.
Well, here's the problem though. 30-30s, they're like an 1/8 inch short
Oh,
for brass. So you can. So then you got to find some 38 55s.
hello.
And those will actually neck down instead of having to neck up. I don't know. I've made like 5 of them out of 30-30 and got to try them tonight because while I was at the gun show, I was able to pick up the gun from the guy who had it. And yeah, they actually fire formed pretty well. So.
Okay. Yeah, cool.
Yep.
Excellent. Budget, what's happening?
Hey, thanks for the invite. I was trying to sleep but couldn't. Figured coming on this would make me tired.
Or nauseous, one or the other. You
One of the
probably
two.
just,
Someone out in the chat said it might give me nightmares, but either way, my sleep will be affected.
if you throw up enough, you'll just pass out from dehydration. You'll be okay.
Or exhaustion. All depends on how strong those stomach spasms are.
I spent today at my local sportsman's club being range officer at a shooting event we had today. A bunch of guys were playing. We had a Lucky X shoot, and then they were shooting some clays and stuff. A friend of mine loaned me his HK PS or P30 SK, so I'm gonna do a review on that too.
The meme master just sent me a couple real good ones there.
I'm emailing them to you in case you want to share them.
Oh, I wouldn't want to do something like that. That's crazy.
You don't want to take work for or responsibility for somebody else's work.
We're yeah.
There they are.
It's working already.
So we're gonna start the show out here with some we're gonna try and help out some crime solvers here because about a week and a half ago I was let's see here. I was scrolling through the old Instagrams as is, and
don't we want to welcome Two Live Moo to the channel?
No, not pretty. I tried to, and you didn't say nothing, and I moved on. Okay, go say moo.
Nope.
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Oh wait, I got a GoFundMe for polydactyl cats.
No.
No.
Please recycle.
Oh.
Now my avatar's all fucked up again. Look at that.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Damn it, nice try.
Oh.
Night Strike wanted moderator rights in his own little universe he already created, so he kicked out Midnight. Did you hit the wrong button there, Midnight?
He said shit.
You did.
Welcome to the new closer.
See what happens?
Yeah.
Are you
I
happy
said, please
now?
recycle, and he left.
Yeah.
Talking about the polydactyl cats.
I think you hit the wrong bouton.
Kinky after hitting on me now.
Midnight, did you remember to plug your laptop in this time?
He doesn't know what a laptop is.
Did you remember to plug in your pewter?
Night Strike might have booted him.
Have you tried turning it on and off again?
So
We have a new guest.
no, are we still? Well, hold on. Let me.
Are we
I don't know
still
what
live on
happened.
the YouTube? Hold on.
I don't think so.
Let
me.
Yeah, we're
I have
still
no
live
idea
on
what
YouTube.
happened.
No,
we
You
are.
can see it out there
You're
on
still-
YouTube.
You're live until somebody, either you or the next moderator, goes and turns it off.
Okay. So let me get. I have no idea what the hell just happened. Like I just totally lost everything there.
You hit the wrong button.
We can play hot.
No, I didn't. I didn't hit a
Moderator.
button. I don't think I hit a button at all. I mean, I've done that shit before, but I don't think I did it here.
Night Strike has the star, so he's in control, unfortunately.
Shit, man. You know what? I had all sorts of tabs and shit open to go over stuff too. That really blows.
So you're just saying your web browser crashed?
Yeah, it must
Yeah.
something.
Probably had too many tabs open.
Okay, well,
when you
Sorry,
opened it up, it should have popped up a little. Are you on Chrome or Firefox?
I was on Chrome.
Usually, if it crashes, it should pop up with, "Oh, this browser closed unexpectedly. Would you like to restore your tabs?"
Okay, we'll see what happens. Yeah,
or you can just open your history.
Yeah. All right. So, okay, give me a second here.
You have a soft, fluffy little death machine in your lap there, Gary. Doesn't mean you can make fun of Midnight.
Yes, it does. It's exactly what it means.
No, it means George can make fun of Midnight.
That cat's 3 times bigger than your head.
No, that's just his fur.
Whoa.
Human head weighs 8 pounds.
That's what I hear.
George over there probably weighs 20.
I bet he's 14 pounds.
George says, "Never fear, I is here." Well, you should have been here 5 minutes ago before everything went downhill. Went down.
Way to go, Superman! You can move faster than the speed of light. You
All right.
can't see that he's going to crash.
All right, I'll jump out and hopefully it'll automatically go to you. Okay.
All right.
Maybe it'll go to me.
Nope, I think it said Sarge got moderator right.
Got it.
I think everyone has to jump out until Midnight gets it.
Yeah, if everybody jumps out, it'll go back to Midnight.
I'm on my phone. How's that going to work?
I don't think it will.
Oh,
Nope,
Night
Night Strike it just
Strike.
went to Sarge.
It went to Sarge.
Yeah.
So does that mean everybody has to jump out and then jump back in?
Oh,
Yeah.
All they have to do is just refresh the channel or the chat page, and yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, if you guys could all try that, that would be nice.
All right, everybody, F5.
Jeez,
All F4
is on.
Straight professionalism.
Yeah, you know.
This is quite the platform we got here.
Yes.
It worked. Did Midnight get back his precious moderator rights?
No, Sarge needs to jump out again.
God damn it! I wanted it.
Sure. Well, then you shouldn't have refreshed the page.
Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch!
Sarge,
I'm going to barbecue your ass in
Molasses.
I want to be moderator next.
Yeah, right?
Can I be a moderator too?
Not sure what that means.
Moderator. Help me fix this chat.
And I'm getting back into YouTube here and doing all that kind of stuff. So
moving on over.
Moving on over.
Moving on up.
To a deluxe
Like
apartment in the sky.
Move.
Ghost isn't wrong.
Looking at
Sarge is still the star.
Is he?
Yeah.
So how the hell do we
Jump out, Sarge.
how do we fix?
No.
Way to go.
No.
We give the sheriff's deputy power. He doesn't want to give it up.
Yeah, you know.
Not no, but hell no.
Those
I
sheriffs
might log
and
in
their
again
deputies.
from my laptop.
Says no.
I say no to your silly request in farting a general direction.
Yet.
Okay, comrade. Go back to Matt.
Rip.
Where is? Why can I not find my YouTube studio for this YouTube chat?
Because you're not the mod anymore.
You're not the mod of me.
Do you go to
Better
go
respect
live?
Sarge's authority.
At the top of the page, you see where it says it's got the camera with the plus on it. Click that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Go live and then manage, and then select it.
Oh, dear
Right.
God. Sarges are multiplying.
God.
All right, there it is. Thanks.
It is.
All right.
Are they
I think
both
I'm
moderators?
All right,
I do believe I'm
Gimtech now
back.
has mod
in,
arms.
Glimtex.
Oh my God.
Refresh the page,
Oh,
Glim
I
Deck.
have it. Happy day.
There you go.
All right.
Oh
Okay,
boy.
I'll get rid of
All
that.
I'm going to say is
Okay.
I might have to issue a copyright strike against you for technical difficulties.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's all your fault, Budget.
Okay, so apparently
One
the way
does
this
what
is
one
looking,
can.
Really show those memes now.
when I refresh, it's going to go to the next person in line, and they're going to have to refresh and refresh.
Well,
until
everybody
everybody
already refreshed. That's what we were doing to
I
start
did
with.
too. I already I
Yeah.
refreshed twice.
Yeah.
Okay, well here we go.
Yeah, well, who cares?
All right, so it went to me.
Got it. Yay.
All right,
Got a line.
ladies, gentlemen, journalists of all ages, thank you for watching Midnight Range.
I'm next.
Gizzard's got mod rights now. What the
I'd
hell,
like
man?
to thank my patrons who helped me pay for the.
Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah.
And
All
if you enjoy
right.
this menagerie cluster, yeah, just send a dollar to Gizzard Gary.
So, I mean, does it really matter who has moderator rights? Does that matter at all?
Yeah,
It only matters to you. And Budget's got it now.
I'd like to welcome you all to this special Sunday edition of The Right of the People.
Are you really sure you want to tag yourself into this?
Ladies, gentlemen, journalists of all ages, please remember to send all hate mail to shootingleftofcenter@gmail.com.
All right. So it's
How did I get the star back? The hell?
it's time for the Sunday edition of Foul Territory.
And it went back to budget.
What the hell? I don't get it. It's
I
so
think it's.
weird.
I think you gotta wait until somebody else pops in to refresh it.
Screw it. It doesn't matter. If it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. I mean,
Well, it
Oh
does
crap!
matter.
Now Obnoxious has moderator rights.
It's all over. It's all
Hello,
over.
everybody, and welcome to Dumpster Fireside Chats Midnight Range TM edition. Are we live? Live. What's going on, guys? How you doing? Let's see
Oh,
who
you
we
know,
got out
dude.
there. Who we got out there in the chat tonight.
Let's do the intros again. I don't remember.
We're doing things and stuff and things.
Stuff and things and things and stuff. And yeah, Jesus. So now if I go out, it's going to go back to Gizzard. Then it'll go back to Budget. Then it'll probably come back to me.
Now you and I leave at the same time. Let's see what happens. 3, 2, 1, go.
Then it'll come back to me.
Moo's just getting shit faced. He doesn't even care.
Bucket.
Yeah.
Night Strike's got now. Night Strike's had it.
No.
Now Moo has it.
Somebody has it.
Somebody has moderator rights.
Yo, pay
Who's
me
got it
money.
now?
Hey, Ghost is here. He wants some guy. He wants some rights too.
Gonna say he wants to be a moderator too.
I just wanted to see if I'd be a moderator if I jumped in. I don't know.
It didn't say that you.
gotta wait
It didn't
for
say
somebody
that you
else
were
to
a mod.
come
It just
out,
said
and
that
then
you
it'll
were
come to
here.
you.
Moose got
Just
the
wait.
star? Yeah.
Mia, it's
Should
because
get
of midnight.
Call the
Participation
ball.
moderator trophy.
Call the ball.
Well, it's because of me because my browser shut down, but I don't know why it's doing this. That doesn't make. I don't know why this is happening. Too bad the guy that invented this whole thing isn't here to help us out.
I know that would be so
Bailed.
convenient, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's just too bad.
Too bad.
Oh well.
I mean, where is God King Emperor Night Strike when you need it?
I don't know. Ask Ghost Tactical.
Maybe if
I thought
everybody,
this was open. I thought this was open source stuff.
Yeah, it is. It is.
maybe if absolutely everybody but Midnight disconnected and then reconnected back through the link, Midnight would have the moderator
you're not
rights
You're not
again.
going to be able to refresh. You're going to have to physically disconnect.
Okay. Everybody come back and
Everybody disconnect, count to 10.
You want me to come
and
back to
rejoin?
this? Oh, good God.
Not really, but
yeah,
it's a frequent.
rejoin back through the link. Like he said, that makes sense.
Jesus.
No, it's not. He's not. He can't help you now. All right. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. They're connecting, but it's not giving. No, Rich has got it now.
Yeah, I just said that. How the hell did I get it?
Did you get out and then
Yeah.
click the link to come back in?
All right, you know what? I can fix this right now.
Oh, now we can fix it.
Yeah, now that he made us dance. Dance, little puppets, dance.
Yeah.
No, back on my phone.
Dance finger puppets. Dance finger puppet.
Okay, I can't fix it. I'm trying to kick people out so that we can get. So it's just me and Travis, so I can actually assign it to him.
Well, I looked out on YouTube and not everybody left. So
Yeah.
everybody's got to leave except for Midnight, whatever the hell his name is. So I'm leaving.
Yeah, everybody get out. Beat it. Bye, Sarge. Beat it, Rich. There we go.
Hey, you got it back.
All right, work.
Okay. Okay. We're good to go. That's fine. All right. So once everybody gets back in here, we'll go back to doing what we're doing now that everything's fixed up theoretically.
You know what the hell of it is? 41 people are watching this garbage.
Yeah, well, they probably can't turn away. It's like a train wreck.
They're probably laughing at this just as much as we are, probably more so.
Yeah, it's like when you see a semi
that's
burning
all
on
right.
the side of the road.
That's all right.
All right. So who else do we need to get in here yet?
Can't get Grayson. He's sleepy.
He is.
There's Ape. There's Sarge. It says now Ghost says now can we start? We are going to start the show, and we're going to start the show by trying to help out. We're gonna be top notch crime fighters here. Here we go.
This
let me
is
do a
the
little
show
screen
that
share.
never ends. It just goes
Crime
on and
fighter.
on, my friend.
Yep. We're gonna do a little. Okay.
Little song, a little dance, a little seltzer in your pants.
Make a little love. Get down tonight.
Bum 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 bum.
What the hell?
Well,
I'm
Midnight, did you get an Etch a Sketch for Christmas?
No, I didn't. But look. Okay, so I was on. This popped up on Instagram, and I was like, "Oh boy, that's in Arizona." I was like, "Holy smokes!" I wonder if Gino's that guy. I was like, "That guy looks pretty familiar, right?" So, think of keep that face in mind there. Keep that face in your head. That guy look familiar at all to you?
Did he?
Like, wow. I think it's Ghost Tactical.
I think it is.
I think it's Ghost. He says that's Clover. I don't know. I don't know. That's looks an awful lot.
Ghost.
Looks an awful lot like that guy right there. I don't know.
Ghost needs to put on a watch cap and go live. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Yeah.
So if anybody has seen this man, please contact Glendale, Arizona Police Department.
If found, do not confront.
Yeah.
Do not approach. Do not feed any purple crayons.
We don't need no heroes.
He leaves the door open.
Yeah.
Ooh, a Crayola. Ooh, a Crayola.
They said he was last seen driving. He was last seen driving a black H3 with purple lipstick on. It could actually be grape flavored crayon.
Yeah.
H3.
Mumbling something about not being good enough.
Yeah, not being good enough for the articles. I don't know. So
And something about gear and reports, and I didn't get the rest.
Yeah,
like 2-way every day.
Well, I just thought we could. If I mean, so many people watch this show. I thought maybe we could catch this monster.
Monsters and sodomy.
Wow.
All right.
And side.
So,
B. Sorry.
Since I totally lost all my links now, we can.
See?
So my daughter just asked that with me.
Turn him in. He's on the run.
He was there was a
there's
huge
a reward.
there was a huge there was a huge box of crayons stolen from a local Walmart in Glendale, Arizona.
Was it a 64 pack?
One of the big 128 packs.
Oh no, dude! It was one of those
with the
pallets.
With the internal sharpener.
Oh yeah.
With the dual internal sharpener, one on the left and the right.
Oh,
God.
snap!
It's an assault crayon box.
Yeah, it had the 30 crayon easily detachable magazines. You just refill it just by putting a whole new crayon magazine in there.
Sons of bitches.
Son of a bitch. Pete, Ghost does not need a step ladder to get in. One, he can phase through solid matter, and two, he just jumps up on the top of his VW Beetle.
Also, remember he's a Marine. He'll use whatever kung fu or karate or whatnot they use.
Yeah, he'll just find an empty cart that has the baby carriage on it, and he'll just stand there going, "Well, Mom left me outside." Well, and they'll bring him into Walmart, and then as soon as he's in the security office, he'll subdue the guards and go, "Hee, the crayons are all mine."
High capacity Crayola mag. Yeah, you got to watch out for those, man. They'll get you.
Especially the magenta.
Magenta. Listen to this guy.
Bert Sienna.
So I did. Let me hop back on the gun feed here, and let me look for some of these. And this was one of them. Was 2019's top selling firearms. Thought that'd be an interesting one to see what sold the best into 2019 so far. Well, we're not in 2019 anymore, so I guess you can't say so far. But a list of guns that sold in the highest volume on Gunbroker last year is now available. The web-based firearm marketplace publishes the figures every year, conveniently sorting them in 12 categories for both new and used models. The best-selling new semi-auto handgun was the SIG 365, followed by the Glock 26 and the Kel-Tec PMR 30.
Good Lord.
No way.
Yeah, isn't that? I know, right?
Well, the Kel-Tec is relatively inexpensive, and it's got that kind of novelty thing going for it.
Yeah.
Hey, I found the perfect PMag for Ghost.
Oh, nice.
No, he'll
that.
try to eat that. He'll be walking around with the mag sticking out of his mouth.
You're right. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Quick reload.
Okay, stick the mag in your mouth and see if you can quick reload it into your AR.
No handed.
By the way, I found the place that sells them if anybody wants to know.
Ghost says, did he say Kel-Tec? Yeah. Kel-Tec was the number 3 selling new semi-auto handgun. This was all on Gunbroker. So, I mean, this is Gunbroker's, so who knows if it's...
Wait, it wouldn't be new. It'd be just their top seller.
The best-selling new... Well, yeah, like new guns.
The G26 isn't...
Yeah, but they're saying new versus pre-owned. You know what I mean? Or used. Yeah.
Non-previously enjoyed.
Right. The Smith & Wesson M&P Bodyguard 38 led the way in new revolvers, with the Heritage Arms Rough Rider taking the silver medal and Ruger Wrangler claiming bronze. So that's pretty cool. Ruger Blackhawks took top honors in the used revolver category. The Browning High Power was the favorite in the category for pre-owned semi-autos. In semi-automatic rifles, it was the Ruger 5.56 on top, followed by Colt AR-15s, which is funny because now Colts are selling because they said they're not going to make them anymore. And the Kel-Tec Sub 2000. Kel-Tec is like, we talk a whole lot of shit about Kel-Tec, but they are in the top 3 in semi-automatic rifles and semi-automatic handguns. The Springfield M1 Garand claimed first place in the used firearm category. Let's see that.
Kel-Tec's paying people to buy Kel-Tecs off of Gunbook.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah.
Ruger's precision rifle dominated sales among the new bolt actions. It was followed by the Browning X-Bolt and another Ruger, the American. Man, Ruger's kicking ass and taking names in bolt rifles. Remington 700s were top in the choice of older models sold.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting that Ruger's precision model would be outselling their budget line.
Yeah,
you can pick up those Ruger Americans for free-ish, and those precisions are, $1,000 plus rifles.
Arms Corps / Rock Island Armory VR80 was the semi-auto shotgun that sold in the highest volume. Runner-up was the Remington V3 TAC 13, followed by the Franchi Affinity. I don't know what the Franchi is. It Franchi or probably Franchi? Affinity. I don't know what the Affinity is. Remington's 1100 was the first among previously owned auto-loading shotguns.
I want one of those TAC 13s, but they're like $900.
Yeah, they're pricey. They're relatively new, right? They haven't been out for that long either, have they? Or
no, they might be new for 2019.
Yeah. Mossberg's 590 and 590 Shockwave led the way in pump action shotguns. With the Remington 870 claiming third place in the category. In the used category, it was the 870 on top. Other categories included by Gunbroker with the new model winner noted here, including lever action rifles, the Marlin 1895, pump action rifles, the Remington 12, single shot rifles, Ruger No. 1, single shot shotguns, Springfield 944 Series A, side-by-side shotguns, the CZ USA All-American. Is that the one that's all like tactical looking?
No.
$30.
No.
And over and under the Stoeger coach gun. Top 5 finishers are included and posted by the website in its final results. Details cover both new and used firearms sold last year in the marketplace. Pretty neat.
Nice.
Yeah. Something
never heard
different.
of an over-under coach gun.
Yeah, I guess.
Side-by-side coach gun, but never an over and under.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure it's just the same thing as a side-by-side, just, over and under.
Yeah, I was just saying, I never saw one and never heard of one.
Well, now you see, sideways. It's for those guys who want to do SAS shooting, but still want to show their gangster cred, so they got to hold it sideways.
There you go.
Okay.
See?
There we go.
Now it's a side-by-side.
Yeah.
A ton of the articles obviously are about Virginia and stuff like that. Like, there's so much going on. Like, I can't even really wrap my head around what's they're talking about, and like what they're talking about coming out, what has come out, what's still, there's so much stuff.
Don't even worry about Virginia until after tomorrow.
Vermont uses gun ban. That's about the cell phone thing. That BS one. My kids shouldn't have cell phones until they're 21.
Well, it's to make a point of how stupid gun laws are.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think it's funny that there's so many people that have they're like, that's crazy. Why would you? And it's like, it's kind of a joke, and it's kind of just to thumb their nose at,
Yeah. Well, but cell phones never hurt anybody. Guns are made for killing. Yeah.
Snob says, is there something happening in Virginia nobody told me? No, not that I heard of.
Wait a minute, there's a Virginia now? I just thought there was a West Virginia.
Well, there's a North Virginia, I think, isn't there?
Mountain Mama.
You leave my Mountain Mama alone. If you don't like me.
Is there an East Virginia?
Is she hot?
Severe repercussions of pain conclude me to say yes.
Yeah, North Virginia is where all the assholes live.
No. You see, East Virginia is just D.C., so.
IWI to manufacture in the United States. You guys hear about that?
Nope.
With SHOT Show around the corner, news, hints, and clues concerning new products are already starting to trickle out. Today's development relates to IWI USA, who looks to be introducing a new product. But the big news isn't the product itself, it's the implication of the product. Cutting to the chase, IWI is releasing an AR-15. That's not a big deal. I'll get to that in a second. The IWI Zion 15 will be a 100% U.S.-made AR-15. It looks to be an upper-tier AR, competing along the same lines as brands selling complete rifles in the $750, $1,000 range. The Zion 15 will come standard with a button-rifled 16-inch barrel, mid-length gas system, rather than the more conventional carbine length gas system typically used on 14.5-inch M4 barrels, which gas system was initially carried over the 16-inch. According to IWI, there are plans to offer a cold hammer forged model in the future as well. We'll use a FA bolt carrier, high pressure, tested magnetic, blah, 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 M-locks, blah, blah, blah. So there you go. But that's pretty cool. IWI is going to be bringing some of their manufacturing to the U.S. That's pretty cool. Sub MOA, 10,000 round torture test, full auto fire, and then retested for accuracy, and that the rifle saw minimal performance degradation after rigorous durability tests. Beat the hell out of it. MSRP at $900, so maybe $725, something like that.
I wonder how financially profitable that's going to be for them. I mean, the AR market's it's been saturated for years, unless they're banking on Orange Man not staying Orange Man.
I'm going to share this. Tell me if this does that. Can you guys see it?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Tell me, does that? I'm going to sound like a Glock guy. Does that grip angle look weird? Doesn't that look like more straight up and down than?
Yeah, that's been a thing for a couple of years of making more vertical AR grips.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like
I've never noticed it. And when I looked at that,
So that looks
I never
like
noticed that.
It looks like a Magpul grip, but it could be a Fab Defense knockoff of it.
Yeah.
So, see the kind of the backdoor whispering is IWI wants to open up in the U.S. because that way they can remove their importation bans that they have on a lot of these firearms.
Well, that's what it just says. According to IWI, this is a measure to protect the company from potential import bans.
Yep, because they can send everything over but one or two pieces and manufacture those pieces here. And the big one was the Tavor, because the Tavor is a very popular rifle, but it's so damn expensive, and they have all the problems of getting it in here. So that way they can send everything over here, with the exception of two pieces, manufacture those pieces here, and voila.
Fun. So does that mean that they're going to pass along the savings to the consumer, or they're just going to be more profitable on their high ends like the Tavors?
No,
well,
actually,
I mean, it sounds like
from what I understand, the Tavors are supposed to actually drop. From what I hear from my distributors, they're saying look to see about mid next year. Tavors are going to probably drop a couple $300 at least to start. So that'll bring it up under sub 1,000.
Yeah. They have a little this little picture here, and it shows you all the parts. Like, we don't know what parts the AR-15. Like, that's the charging handle right there. If you just so you know, that's the pistol grip. That's where you hold it, I think.
Well, now Midnight, you were asking questions about the pistol grip, and if it wasn't for that bright red arrow, you wouldn't have noticed that it was more vertical than it was angular.
Well, yeah, it's weird looking. That's why I was like, "What the hell is that?" Is that because I've seen that sort of angle on precision rifles, but never on an AR-15. So
they helpfully labeled that diagram so that lawmakers and reporters might actually have a clue.
Yeah.
And it won't weigh as much as 10 moving boxes.
15, and that's
10
it.
boxes. So here's what you're going to hear out of Virginia next week is you're not going to be allowed to have a brass deflector, an ejection port cover, a magazine well. Like they're just going to start, start naming all this stuff up.
Jesus Christ.
So,
You're probably right.
Can't have a trigger.
Yeah. Slam. It's all slam fire. You can only from here on out. It's slam fire. Everything.
Hey,
no. You can't do slam fires. At least not magazine fed, because that could be too readily converted into a full auto. At least according to the ATF.
And slam fire sounds awful violent, so we can't have it.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
And 7, just because the stuff you import goes for a premium doesn't mean that the stuff that's being imported for this won't go down in price.
Virginia senator says he wishes he'd smeared gun owners publicly rather than on a hot mic. Screw that guy.
Nah. Fuck up. I got caught, so I have to make it sound like I have, like, screw
He
it.
was our moron of the week.
Oh, yeah.
D3.
Americans bought 13.9 million firearms in 2019. There you go.
And broke a record.
Well, somebody's got to keep the economy going.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, right. Ilhan Omar has PTSD from the
who?
Ilhan Omar.
Who?
Who dat?
From Salami, from the Salami guy getting killed. She has PTSD now. Just so you know. Just in case you want to send her to get well soon.
Oh, they were probably good friends.
Yeah.
Somebody did something?
Police chief on gun
Was he
violence. It's the gang.
making decent salami, or was it just any kind of salami? Because if it was like regular Oscar Mayer, then who cares? But if it was actually good salami, then yeah, it's something to be mildly perturbed about.
Yeah.
Moo.
I just want to burn it all down.
What are you burning down, buddy?
The hell?
All these stupid fuckers.
Do we have marshmallows, or are we doing hot dogs?
Democrat bill mandates licensing of all Virginia AR-15 owners.
PTSD.
From Breitbart. A bill from Degadit. What the hell is a Degadit? A bill from Delegate Mark Levine mandates all Virginia AR-15 owners acquire a license of ownership from the state. HB 961. Levine defines an assault firearm. Who dat? Levine defines an assault firearm as a semi-automatic center-fired rifle that expels single or multiple projectiles by action of an explosion of a combustible material with a fixed magazine capacity in excess of 10 rounds. This is the one that you're talking about budget, right, on your show Friday? He gone. We'll assume yes. Yeah.
He's sleepy.
Yeah. Second Amendment sanctuaries will never hold up in court. This is from the Washington Post, January 8th. Overblown alarm over responsible gun control laws proposed in state houses across the country has led to a movement by various local governments declaring themselves Second Amendment sanctuaries, vowing to establish local jurisdictions where the state gun laws that they view as unconstitutional will not be enforced. These resolutions, to the extent they conflict with state law, lack legal effect. In Tazewell County, Virginia, for example, the sanctuary resolution approved by the Board of Supervisors purports to prohibit any county employee from enforcing and any county funds being used for the enforcement of new state gun laws. new state gun laws the county deems unconstitutional, but Virginia state law prohibits local governments from enacting ordinances or resolutions that are inconsistent with state laws and, more directly, specifically prohibits local governments from regulating firearms.
When the hell did Bubba J join the damn panel?
Who?
Bubba J. Look at Moot. Looks like Bubba J.
No, his eyes are actually synced up. Users saying Taswell, Virginia.
No,
So is that where all the
right there?
Is that where all the Tasmanian Devils and the Looney Tunes cartoons come from? Because if that's so, that might be worse than the county cult where you're tased well.
Yeah, that's no good.
Though, would you want to be tased badly?
Washington activists planning rights rally at Capitol. There was a really one of the guys at work told me about this when they asked me if I'd heard this, and then I hadn't even heard this one. And it happened this hunting season in Pennsylvania, and I didn't even hear about it here. Did you guys see the two young guys that shot that deer and are now in trouble for basically torturing it?
Oh yeah, I saw that. I didn't watch the video, but they were like kicking it when it was like still alive.
Yeah,
they got it. Yeah, I didn't watch it.
Yeah, super sad, man. I watched the video just because I wanted to talk about it. And it's really, really sad. I mean, it just makes you feel like shit. These two guys, two young guys at the time, they were like 17 and 18, I guess. Deer torture video charges against teens draw massive reaction from hunters and others. This is from the Penn Live, Patriot News. And the Game Commission has filed charges on them. Good. These dumbasses, future freaking serial killers. The end of November was here. November 30th, it says. Shot a deer and didn't kill it. It ended up laying sort of up against a tree, and they just basically tortured it. Kicked it in the face and filmed it, and then uploaded it because that's what psychopaths do. And said they're talking about. Hold on a second here. They're talking about their
jackass
the charges.
Jackass number 2.
Yeah. Are the charges filed by the commission enough? Jefferson County court records show that Alex Smith, 18, of Brookville, was charged Friday with 2 felony counts of aggravated cruelty to animals and 2 conspiracy charges, plus charges of cruelty to animals. Oh, yeah. Tampering with evidence, corruption of minors, because the other kid was under 18. And several state game law violations. The aggravated cruelty to animals and conspiracy charges are the most serious. They are in third-degree felonies that each carry possible penalties up to 7 years in prison and $15,000 fine. One of the aggravated cruelty charges involves accusations of torture, and the other relates to the death of the deer. Smith, the stepson of... Yeah, I did read it. Oh, shit. No, pop-up. Beat it. Jesus.
Beat it.
So weird. It pops up like 2 minutes after you click on it. Click on the article. So the one kid, the 18-year-old, they're not saying the other kid's name because he's... Oh, wait, they do it down here, actually. I'm surprised they do because he's underage. So they... this kid is the stepson of the town's police chief.
There we go.
So, and when I heard that, I was like, "Oh, of course," you know. But the article that I read the other day actually said that he has a pretty shitty relationship with the kid. You know, he married the kid's mom, and they don't live together. And like, kid hadn't been living there, and then he moved in and out and stuff. So he just, troubled kid or whatnot. But Smith, the stepson of Brookville's police chief, was arraigned on the charges before District Judge Gregory Bazelak Friday afternoon. He was released on $50,000 unsecured bail. No charges were immediately found on the public docket for the other teen accused in connection with the video, 17-year-old Cody Hetrick, also of Brookville. The Game Commission, without naming Hetrick, said a second teen has been charged, meaning the counts won't be public. The Game Commission said the unnamed teen also faces aggravated animal cruelty and conspiracy counts. They'll plead down the misdemeanors. The 18-year-old might do 30 days. The juvie won't do a day. They, their parents, will pay a fine. They won't be allowed to hunt for a few years, and all will be forgiven. Not the Game Commission's fault, but the DA's and lawyers, predicted another of the online commenters. Another posted, these are comments. Another posted, the DA and prosecutors need to remember that this was and still is worldwide in the eyes of the public, and they need to keep every single charge these kids got and make them sit every single day of their incarceration. So these are comments from readers. This wasn't in the article. I didn't realize that when I started reading it. But it doesn't matter what other people really say about it, obviously. But so it's weird that they have. I'm trying to make sure that there's not more of the article. I guess there's not. So future serial killers at work here, possibly. And yeah, it's really sad. It's a really sad little video. I mean, I'm not saying that you should go watch it, but if you're interested, you can find it. And the public outrage was just, the people went bananas when it went viral. The one kid's parents own a restaurant. They had to close their restaurant for a few days because it was just people were going nuts, and there was death threats and all sorts of crazy stuff, which I don't condone at all. But this is still ongoing. Obviously, we don't know exactly how it's gonna end. Boy, some gnarly headlines over here, man.
Welcome to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, just when you see the headlines of some of the other stories, it's just horrible. Yeah, George says you'll be seeing these guys picking up trash on the highway. Be sure to wave hello. Yeah. New York Outcast says that sad stuff uploading that just shows how dumb they are. It doesn't. I don't think it necessarily shows how dumb somebody is. I think it shows how sociopathic somebody is, to think that you could do that and not have any kind of repercussions. They're old enough to know better. They're not. It's not like they were 8 and they did something dumb and they're like, "Oh, look at me, I'm famous." These are 17 and 18-year-old people, men. It's 17-year-old. I mean, he can call you a man at 17, I believe. You're a kid, but you're old enough to be, smart enough not to do something.
Well, they've tried people as adults as young as 12,
right?
So,
if they get out with a light slap on the wrist, everyone around them needs to be wary. Wow. I think she means whole town. Yeah, it's a pretty, and I'll tell you what, it's if it was, they had such fun doing what they did too. And you watch the video, they had a blast, and that's the scariest part. And there's a lot of times when you're a kid that you shoot a bird with your BB gun or something like that, and you're like, oh man, I feel so bad about it, or it's you hear kids that hunt for the first time, when they actually shoot something for the first time, they can't. It just destroys them, and they're like, I can't believe I killed something. I'm not saying, I'm not pro hunting or anti hunting either way. I'm not trying to promote or say that you shouldn't hunt, but inflicting pain on an animal and finding pleasure and joy in that is a hell of a sign that you are a twisted individual.
Mm-hmm.
So there is that. Question. Won't know what they kill. Yeah, you won't know. Well, yeah, what's next, right? Is that kind of what that means? All right. So in the future, we want to get, I'm not saying it's going to be our next purchase, but it would be nice to be our next gun purchase. I'm bucking for one thing, and the wife is bucking for another.
Wife wins.
Okay.
Do what me to tell you.
Right. But, so I wanted to talk about two and see what you guys thought and talk about some pros and cons. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So AR pistol versus CZ Scorpion.
You should definitely get her the Kimber Bel Air.
Right.
No, wait, no. I'm sorry. That's
hashtag Kimber and Sharon.
Wrong show.
Wrong show.
Wrong show. Sorry.
I don't see why you don't buy both. Personally, that's what I would do.
Well, I'll tell you what. You buy one of them.
What's the purpose of the firearm?
Well, here's the thing. The reason that I want some type of firearm like that is, home defense, but also travel. In Pennsylvania, you can't keep a rifle loaded in the car, a long gun loaded in the car when you're traveling. It has to be unloaded. It doesn't have to be in a case or anything. It doesn't have to have. There's no stipulations like that. But
what about if you're traveling with your CCW?
No, you still can't. Nope, you still can't. It's a thing in Pennsylvania.
Even if you're going hunting.
Right. Yeah. So even if you're hunting. Right. Yeah. So, but you can keep a loaded pistol. So that's why I would really like one. So that way you could have something for travel, road trips, stuff like that, and you have something that.
What caliber are you considering the CZ in?
Probably 9.
Then
the Scorpions only come in 9.
Okay, then that's what I would get. Right. If you're primarily looking for home defense, I would get whatever it was, maybe an AR pistol in 9mm. But whatever it would be a handgun caliber if you're doing it for home defense, just because of over penetration issues with a rifle round.
Well, I'd be more concerned not with over penetration per se on the 223, especially if you use one of the lighter weight, like 40 grain bullets. It'll still penetrate, but it won't penetrate as much as 9mm. Is the concussive blast of something out of, like, say, a 7 or a 10-inch AR pistol inside?
Weren't you talking about a truck rifle though, Travis?
For the most part, I think. I mean, I'm not sure. She can chime in a little bit. She can chime in and say if she would prefer it for home use. I'm not a rifle in the home. I'm more pistol. Yeah, I'm more pistol. Even for that talk about the concussion and how loud it's going to be and all that kind of stuff, I I would rather use a pistol. But it would be nice to have the truck gun. I personally am leaning towards AR pistol and 5.56. I can use the same mags that I can use the mags that I already have. I could use, if something would happen, I've got a AR here in 5.56 that I could switch the bolt over and, that kind of stuff. So some parts and stuff like that if something would ever happen. Mags are cheaper.
Yeah, and you're talking a half to a third the price.
Right. Yeah, that was, yeah.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret here. A pistol inside the house is still loud as fuck.
Oh,
Sure.
But we're talking. Wait. We're talking a 20,000 psi cartridge versus a 15 versus like a 30 or 40,000 psi cartridge.
How many have you shot in your house?
So did you decide to fix or frame that hole there?
It isn't that he shot in his house; it's that he shot his house.
I fixed it because the wife moved me into the other room, so she took over that room.
He could have never told us at all about that whole accident.
That probably would have been smarter.
But he chose to, and he's getting shit for it. It's like, yeah, whatever.
Hey, what can we say? The orange one's a bit of a masochist.
So Midnight, I'm gonna throw this one out to you.
Mm-hmm.
Being that you're in Pennsylvania, being that the AR pistol looks like an AR-15, aka looks like a rifle, where the Scorpion does not as much.
Mm-hmm.
You get stopped, you're gonna be on the side of the road with PSP for a month with an AR pistol until you finally find somebody in that state that actually knows the difference between an AR pistol and an AR rifle. Speaking from experience and knowing most of the PSP people out there, that's what's going to happen. You know it as well as I do. Just something to keep in the back of your head.
That will matter. Or just have it in something cased.
And the Scorpion is awesome. There's another reason.
So, Midnight, are you looking at the standard Scorpion or that super compact Scorpion?
I personally, I've never handled either. But if I would have to order one, or if you would say make a choice right now, do you want the really was it the small one is the Evo, right?
I just call it the compact.
Right.
The Evo is either the pistols. The small one is the micro, and just tack on about $400 for that short barrel.
Yeah. If I would have to go with one or the other just right now, I would not pick the micro. I would go with the larger of the two.
Okay, because we were going to the gun show. We stopped at a couple gun shops on the way there and back, and I kind of handled one of the micros, and I'll say it's pretty chunky for how small it is.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's not a blowback, it's a gas operated thing. It's still pretty chunky.
Mm-hmm.
The Scorpion is just the way to go.
Why
would you want an AR pistol that is going to be modified to shoot a 9mm when you can get a Scorpion that was designed to shoot a 9mm? And the mags are cheap. They're cool.
As cheap as Glock mags.
My thing would be, if it was up to me, I wouldn't get it in 9mm. I would do it because I'm not looking to use it in the house. So we just have her and I have, I guess, two slightly different uses. Yeah. So I would get it in 5.56 and use it as a travel gun, truck gun, because I'm not planning on using it in the house. She's possibly making.
What's wrong with the?
I didn't hear what you said there.
7.5-inch barrel. What's wrong with that?
Say it. Start that over.
What's wrong with a 9mm out of a? What is wrong with a 9mm out of a 7.75-inch barrel?
Nothing.
That's how long the Scorpion barrel is. It's going to have a little bit more velocity. Of course, it's not
nothing wrong with it. The Scorpion is mine. You can get whatever you want.
Whatever you
All
want.
right, so there you go.
She also, for whatever reason, wanted to hear C4's opinion on whatever he thinks would be easier for a female. I didn't realize that Mia was assuming Sarge's gender. Or did you decide to transition?
Okay, here's my 2 cents. Get the Scorpion, and then get an AR pistol.
Oh, good thinking.
Because the Scorpion, that's pretty pricey, and then you can just always build a AR pistol.
Mia's right. Get the Scorpion.
Mia's always right.
Mia is right.
Mia's right.
Happy wife, happy life.
How much are the mags on those?
Scorpions?
Maybe $20.
Oh, that's not bad.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
Hang on. I'm sitting here looking at them. I can tell you. CZ Scorpion mags, $15.
Now, are those SIG mags or are people making aftermarket mags now?
No, these are actual CZ Scorpion 9mm 20-round mags for $16.
Are they Gen 1 or Gen 2s?
Genitals.
It says here.
Because I see. All right, when the micro came out, I remember hearing something on one of Mac's videos that SIG changed the magazines
Yeah.
to a different generation, and I think they're just now doing the one mag well. So if you find Scorpion mags that are super cheap and actually SIG, they might not work in a new production Scorpion because they're slightly different somehow.
These are Gen 2, but they're saying they're backward compatible.
Scorpion mags so big?
Because SIG wants you to spend money.
They also have a 30-round magazine available too for $18.
Or sorry, CZ, never mind.
Oh shit! There you go. big old 30-rounder.
Yeah.
But you can get the mag
can
pulls
also
for
get 10
35 rounds. Now, what I would suggest is the mag pull grip for the Scorpion is wonderful because they come with a goofy grip, but it's just like any other mag pull grip. It's like $25. Get that later. Yeah, there's some neat stuff available for them. I'll just bring mine in the restaurant next time I come up.
There you go.
And if you're into the bullpup aspect of it, you could actually get the Scorpion Evo bullpup kit for $3.
True, but doesn't that make it in SBR?
No, because it
How
still has the
so?
same length barrel.
No,
It still has
length barrel doesn't make it.
The overall, the minimum length of the barrel and the overall length of the rifle.
Okay, but we were talking the Scorpion pistol, not the Scorpion carbine. Because Midnight's whole thing is you can have a pistol carried with you with less thing than it was the rifle. I mean, if it was rifle, I'd tell you go with a little bit of a high point carbine, and then you've got yourself a 9mm carbine and a bludgeoned.
CZ's website will not load.
Well, now, 7, if you would stop chasing after Snob's daughter, I'm sure your wife would be less irritable at you.
Is she hot?
Oh, gun snob. I think she's like 15.
Never mind.
Too late, you already stepped in.
Man.
You already stepped into that landmine. You're committed now.
You see, first, stage 1, I put the road apple by the door. Stage 2, I open the door. Stage 3,
5 minutes.
Moo walks through it.
5 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the views
and opinions
of Two Live Moo are the views and opinions of Two Live Moo and Two Live Moo only, and do not reflect the opinions of MidnightRangeTM, GunChannels.com, or GunTube.
I can't get CZ's website to load at all.
Is it the CZ International or CZ USA?
CZ USA.
Is it the UK?
No, because sometimes they block off different websites, and you got to use like the US one or the.
Oh, Kinky, come on, man.
Pete says, "Isn't the Scorpion like the same price as an AR and 9mm plus an AR and 5.56 plus a dozen mags for each?" Yeah.
No, they've dropped in price a little bit.
Quite a bit.
Oh, they're like you can get them 100.
You're roboting, Sarge.
Yep.
Whoops. The goddamn Skynet ain't got nothing to do with it.
I can't get CZ's web, and wonder if they're working on their website or something. It's weird.
Hope your goddamn head was in it.
Hope your damn head was in it.
When I get
Daddy,
home,
my hat flew off.
first thing I'm gonna do is smack your mama in the mouth.
There's no way. You come from
No
my loins.
way that you come from
my loins.
Police teams searching remote rural. How does Snob say it? Rural.
No, they say that roll call.
Raw.
Yeah.
Raw.
Police teams searching remote rural area for a thief who fled Harper area after gunfire. Oh, I would fled too.
Harper's Ferry, West Virginia.
Yeah. More than a dozen police officers were searching for an armed man in the high desert hills and on the Harney-Malheur County line Tuesday afternoon after a theft at a local ranch went awry. Travis Johnson, Malheur County Undersheriff, said that's the guy that's that's the guy that's underneath Sarge Lane and Bedwood, who's undersheriff, said deputies from the Harney County Sheriff's Office and the Malheur County Sheriff's Office, along with the Oregon State Police, are pursuing an unidentified man who stole a tractor and a side-by-side recreational vehicle from a ranch north of Harper early Tuesday morning. Johnson said the incident began about 3:40 a.m. when a man driving a stolen pickup. Man, this guy stole the shit out of everything, man.
Well, after a certain point, you're like, well, I already stole this, so I'm already in trouble. So I might as well steal this. I'm already in trouble. I might as well punch this guy in the face to steal this. I'm already in trouble. Either that or meth is one hell of a drug.
So he stole the truck so that he could, with a trailer, so he could load the side-by-side onto the trailer. Johnson said an alert neighbor called 911 and then approached the ranch and fired a shot into the air. At that point, said Johnson, the individual in the truck fired back at the neighbor. Johnson said the owner of the ranch was out of town. Oh, they have a typo here. Johnson said the owner of the ranch was out of town. So the headline on the gun feed says good guy fires warning shot, thief returns fire, but above that it's a meme with Joe Biden. It says shoot your gun in the air like you just don't care.
Okay, Uncle Joe, thanks for the advice.
I told Sal just
fire 2 shots and you'll be just fine.
Yeah, just fire 2 shots. There, it'll get going. Yeah. So you're gonna steal something and you can't get it home. Just steal something else to put it on put it with it.
Oh shit! Gizzard left.
Bye, George.
See you, Giz.
And don't forget, if somebody comes to your door and you don't know who it is, shoot through the door.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when in doubt. Yep.
Whip it out.
And
Spear
that's
announces.
the reason why I can't have Girl Scout cookies anymore.
Yeah. Spear announces.
Yeah. Why is that funny? A lot of the paperwork involved in that one there.
A little paperwork.
Spear's going to be.
On my door.
Spear is going to be selling Gold Dot in 5.7. Yeah, 5.7 by 28.
Yep. 22 Plinkster had 5 rounds of the engineering prototypes when he was shelling for the 5.7 Ruger.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't allowed to show what the effects on were. He was just allowed to shoot them.
Yeah.
So,
since they were
test for meat targets or anything like that.
because if they didn't
prototype,
because if one of them didn't open up or something like that, people would be talking shit about it before they even hit the market.
Right.
Joe
Speaking
20.
Speaking of Paul Harrell, he just had that 357 SIG video ammo video come out.
I saw it. I didn't watch it though. Yeah,
It's actually pretty good.
Yep, there is absolutely, at least as far as shooting the meat target, no difference between the Spear personal protection and the Spear LE gold dots.
Yep, same thing.
Yep. And
different packaging. The LE comes in 50 rounds, and the personal protection comes in 20 rounds.
That's what's so nice about. I don't carry it, but that's what's nice about the Winchester, like the tees and stuff, because they come in 50 round boxes too.
I think pretty much all personal protection ammo comes in 50 round boxes. It just depends on if the store decides to get them in. Because I've got boxes of the Federal HST 40s, and they're 50 round boxes. Cabela's had them for
you can order them in 50s.
Yeah, because I think
you
even
can order a 50 round box and have it shipped for the same price as 20 locally.
Oh, no shit.
I think even Underwood does 50 round boxes on select personal protection ammo.
Yeah, and speaking of Target Sports USA.
Yeah, that's who I've ordered. Target Sports is a good company. I've used them before.
And if you really want to do damage with the 357 SIG, you want the Underwood hollow points. Did you see what that did to those oranges and the orange lung tissue? It turned those oranges to pulp.
Yeah, I was kind of disappointed that it's not watermelon season, so we could see that.
Oh man,
right.
The gold dots didn't do a half bad job either, but the Underwood.
No.
The
Underwood hollow points.
Yeah, those Underwood hollow points. I mean, I'm surprised there's anything left of the orange as much as they tore them up. Holy hell!
Well, now remember the TN9 Outdoors test of the 135 grain 10 millimeter Underwoods. How much it really, how it really flattened those bullets out compared to like the 150 Underwood or the 180 or the 155 grain Underwoods.
Are those the ones that look like Phillips head screwdrivers?
No, these are regular hollow points.
Oh, those are the penetrators.
Underwood does. They make training boxes of Full Metal Jacket. They'll do conventional hollow points, and they take hollow points from like Spear, Nosler, Hornady, for some of their, depending on whichever one they figure works best for their application, and then they'll load the Lehigh copper bullets because apparently they're more profit. People buy more from them than they do from Lehigh direct because I think Lehigh charges a premium. Whether that's just so Lehigh makes more money or so they protect their distribution network.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those screwdriver bullets, those things don't perform at all.
That's what I was going to say. I thought they were supposed to stay, pristine almost as they travel.
Yeah, you could probably dig those out of your target and use them to reload again.
Well, yeah, like the ones Paul pulled out of his, it was, with the exception of like the rifling marks, they were perfectly fine. Even the ones that hit a rib on the way in and on the way out were, it just didn't care.
So what do you guys think about that? I mean, do you guys like the idea of something like that for the extreme penetration, or do you want something that's going to deform and mushroom and do what we consider a traditional hollow point to do?
Well, the whole point with those grooves cut in the extreme defenders or extreme penetrators is it's supposed to be kind of like a snowplow and displace more material than it would if it was just like a round nose. And some of the tests I've seen from Brass Fetcher on them for is like auto glass or sheet metal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they do a lot. they do as good, if not a little bit better than even like the stuff that's supposed to be for the FBI standard. Because like
I would imagine they wouldn't deflect as much and stuff like that.
Well, with like sheetrock or drywall, it usually ends up clogging the hollow point. That's why Hornady went with the elastomer tips and the critical defense and the critical duty ammo.
Right. Yeah.
And then with sheet metal and glass, it can really cause the hollow point to either deform or kind of cave in on itself. Because glass, glass is a super hard material. It's just brittle.
Right.
So I don't know. Eventually it's probably going to get to a point of where lead is either highly regulated or just not something that's done anymore. So, the more data and real world data we can gather with, copper solids now, the better off we're going to be later. But, if you live in a jurisdiction that doesn't prohibit expanding bullets, go with the stuff that's proven.
Mm-hmm.
So on the law enforcement end of it, you're never going to see the copper rounds being used because they're too inconsistent. They're good for barrier penetration, but sometimes you get over penetration. Sometimes it doesn't do this, and sometimes it spears off into God knows where. And the hollow point aspect of it, it's because it's proven, it's going to hit, it's going to expand, it's going to go the majority of the time.
Yeah. But then again, we've also have decades upon decades of experience going back to the 50s or the 60s with the Superval.
Yep.
Hollow point. So
that's what I said. They're proven. The solid copper ones aren't, but just from the initial testing, they're a little bit too inconsistent at this particular point in time.
Yeah, and they're not just the copper solids. I mean, we'll bring up Lehigh since they're kind of the name in copper bullet. Well, Lehigh and Barnes, they've been making expanding copper bullets for, let's say, I think Barnes was making them for at least 20 years or so. But
Lehigh's only been around for about 10 years.
Yeah, and they've done like those crazy maximum expansion ones that are supposed to really stop the projectile within the target. But Fort Scott's tumble upon impact. Yeah. The sound of silence.
So, I don't know. I feel like I guess I really haven't watched any. I do enjoy watching like gel tests and stuff. I think they're fun to watch.
Especially if they got a high-speed camera.
Yeah. They're really interesting. They're cool to watch, but I don't know. Like I just lean towards a more traditional lead-based than the full copper, especially the penetrator rounds. Just seems like, I don't know. Do you think it's necessary to have that, that much emphasis put on penetration? I don't know.
Well, they're not. I think when they first came out, several of the ballistics channels did a comparison between the 9mm extreme penetrators and the 9mm like NATO ball ammo, and it was like comparable penetration, maybe slightly less because of the drag caused by that cruciform tip.
Right.
But then Lehigh came out with the extreme defenders, which were a lot blunter than the penetrators. So, I forget where I was going to go on with this. But yes, this is mostly more applicable to areas and jurisdictions where you can't have hollow points because they're super dead. You can have them, you just can't carry them. And if you shoot somebody with them, you're in deeper legal shite. That's kind of like
true.
It's kind of the same logic behind back in the early to mid 2000s. Federal came out with those EFMJs, expanding full metal jackets. They were like a rubber, like a regular full metal jacket with like a rubber stuff behind it, and then a lead base.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think they started marketing them as home quotation safer kind of ones because they didn't rely on the hydrodynamic aspects of hitting something soft and fleshy to open. They just worked on deceleration. Hey,
so same premise as the Blazer safety slugs.
Yeah,
but those are just like a epoxy and birdshot mixed in. They're meant to really fragment.
It's a shot shell.
Yeah.
Can you carry the Lehigh in Jersey since they're not technically a hollow point?
As a non-New Jersey resident, I would think you could, but I think that's something better left for Tony. No, wait, Tony's in New Jersey.
Yeah, Tony's in Jersey. So AWAG was here too. He would know. Because I've heard, you hear a lot of talk about you're not allowed to carry a hollow point, but I never even thought of that as a carry option, opposed to hollow point. And then there are some of the oddball ones like the Glazers and stuff that are they considered a hollow point because they have like the polymer ball in them and stuff. I guess they would probably still consider that a hollow point. But I don't know about the Lehigh.
What'd you say,
The other problem is
or was I hearing wrong?
That was Rich. What'd you say, Rich?
Oh, sorry.
They're marketed as hollow points. I used Glazer Powerball. I'm assuming that's the one you're talking about. That's one little ball in my 40, and they're labeled on the box as being hollow points.
Now, wait, POW. It's like POW, then like a capital R, then ball.
Yeah.
Those are.
I played the Powerball.
Yeah. I think those were made by Corbon. And those are just a polymer ball and then like a really thin jacket. We're talking about the
No, it's an actual hollow point. There's instead of having it's like the Hornady, the polymer they put in Hornady, but instead of being flat, it just forms a ball on it. So it's basically the same principle as the Hornady one.
Yeah, I've got a. Oh no, I actually cleaned off my desk. I don't have a thing of it here. But yeah, it's just like a polymer ball sitting on top of a hollow point.
Yeah.
I
actually do have one here. Hold on a second.
Okay. Night budget.
That's basically airsoft.
Yeah, airsoft backed up by lead. And copper.
Super airsoft. Budget left? See a budget.
How far behind are you people?
Only consolidated 7. Only criminals and cops carry in Jersey. Yeah.
Oh, gee, we are so far behind. We played musical chairs for the longest time to get Midnight back his moderator, right?
Yeah.
So that was a good half hour.
Oh, one of them kind of goes.
Yeah.
But at Midnight, share that. Hey, Midnight, click on me.
Move it to your right a little bit. There you go.
There you go. Yep.
Yeah. See, it's the little ball inside there. Otherwise, it's just a standard hollow point.
Yeah, by Midnight asked about those safety slugs, though, right?
No, he was asking about this one. He said the one with the little ball.
Yeah,
but don't the Blazers have like the red or the blue polymer to kind of keep the tip or their contents in?
Well, they have the what the hell do they call them? It's almost like little shot that's inside them.
Well, no, I'm talking like if just looking at the projectile itself without knowing the composition of it. They've got like a little cap because it's like they took a hollow point jacket, melted out the lead, and then.
Yeah, you're talking about the Glazer safety rounds. One's got I think one's red and one's blue.
Yeah.
The hollow. This is just the standard hollow point with the polymer ball insert instead of it being flat.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly, the ball is supposed to help it feed easier.
Yeah, make it more like a ball ammo than hollow point.
Yeah. And this is only
put a little pan spray inside your gun. It's no problem.
Says the man who slipped on a non-slip safety mat.
Yeah. I gotta buy shoes, man.
Well, wait. The Waffle House lets you walk around there barefoot.
You don't wear shoes when you're cooking? What?
No, man, you got to be able to grab pans with your feet too.
Well, then how did you slip down if you were sitting on your high chair?
Oh, I dropped some raw bacon on the floor. Oh, I can get that without even bending over.
Well, the guy wanted bacon, eggs, and toast with jam. I guess some toe jam on the bacon would be just as good.
Yeah. Easy.
I feel like a monkey would be like 5 times more efficient than in a kitchen.
Oh yeah, for sure. Prehensile tail and to be able to grab stuff with his feet. Yeah.
Hangs by the tail and just whipping stuff out with hands and feet.
No, I tried that once. It wasn't found out. That's how I found out I am not a people person.
I was watching. So John Crump had Philip Van Cleve on the other day. That was a good watch. Now I want blueberry waffles. They were talking about a proposed bill.
Night go.
Right, this was interesting. I'm surprised interesting wasn't in quotation marks. A bill that would make it illegal for a business to hire. Okay, if a business sells guns, it would make it illegal for that business to hire an employee that had a felony ever. And
well, yeah, that's the way it is now.
And wait, what is it? Not just a gun store. I'm not talking about an FF, like not just a gun store, but like any
Walmart.
Yeah, like Walmart or something.
Yeah, well, I don't
Anybody
know.
who ever had a felony can never get a job again.
If it's a Walmart that sells firearms, technically they can't be hired there because that falls under their FFL rules.
But what about
you can't have a felon work whether they're working that department or not doesn't matter. If they're in the store and it sells firearms, they can't be there.
Oh,
this is a possibility. This one I just went through with the ATF about.
Huh. So now, how does the firearms? How does that work with? Does each individual Walmart have an FFL, or do they have an FFL for like corporate Walmart and they all can use it?
No, each one's gonna have their own location.
Each individual store has to have its own.
Otherwise, I would think that every Walmart would have,
So
at least.
You had 3 or 4 gun shops that you owned. You would have 3 or 4 FFLs, one for each location.
Yeah, because it's not by person; it's by address, right?
Yeah, it's like a hybrid of business address location, right? So,
okay,
if you have like a business with 3 addresses, you're gonna have 3 locations. You're gonna have 3 FFLs.
Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah, because I was actually looking at possibly getting a storefront, but still be able to get my stuff here. And they said I'd have to apply and refile for another FFL for the storefront. So I'd have to technically have 2 if I want to do that.
But then also there's local stuff. So like, from what I understand, if the FFL is a national level of regulation and compliance, but that's just one layer. So they're going to have local business, guidelines, and those could add stipulations for any number of things. Probably for the plant department, they've got stuff, or their food, they probably have certain things they got to deal with, locally. I mean, so I would think all Walmarts are going to be treated differently because of that.
Yeah. Like in some states, they might have just some weird local ordinances.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't realize that it was not legal to have an employee with a felony working at a place that sold firearms, even if they aren't in contact with them,
Well, you learn something new every day. And it pushes something old and more important out the back.
Yeah, probably.
Does that change your plans on working for Walmart now?
Yeah.
Why did Walmart buy out Waterhouse or Waffle House?
Yeah.
Boo.
Oh man, it's just most of the stories are about Virginia.
Wait till after tomorrow. You'll have a lot more to talk about.
Yeah, tomorrow's the 13th, right? Or tomorrow's the 13th now. That's when what goes into effect on what goes into effect?
Nothing goes into effect, but they're going to be hearing all the bills officially tomorrow, and then.
Isn't there like lobby day, or is that on the 20th?
That's
on the 20th.
Okay.
Yep. Tomorrow there's the actual official presentation of all the bills, and all the bills that are going to come to the floor for a vote are going to be done tomorrow.
So this is their first day in session?
Actually, I believe they were sworn in on the 8th.
Okay.
This will be actually their first official, I guess, their first official quote-unquote day of session with everybody there.
Yeah, they probably have to get their
Lobby days on the
offices
20th.
issued their papers or whatever they have to read and figure out what the procedures are, right? Is it like first day of class?
Yeah, something like that. Like I said, well, they were sworn in on the 8th, and that afternoon they already proposed the new ruling about
ammunition,
gun-free zones for the buildings. That came that afternoon. Yeah, they rose their hand and said, "I'll uphold the Constitution of the United States," and then turn around and violate the Constitution 30 seconds later.
Oh, but we're the ruling class. We have concerns about people not liking what we're doing.
That's right. I forgot. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
No, you're already on the list.
Please don't beat me, boss.
That's racist.
Only if you take it that way.
No, that's how pretty much the entire internet will take it. Booglash. Hopefully not ANA.
It might get Booglash. Feds charged South Carolina man with illegally having 199 guns at the house, and he almost made it to 200 guns too. Poor guy.
So was he like a convicted felon or not? Just not complying with some stupid storage rule.
What was illegal about that?
I'm looking. Turner, 56 of North Augusta. Where's that, Sarge?
North Augusta?
Yeah.
It's got to be almost down by Georgia.
Augusta is in Georgia, right? That's where the Augusta
Open or some type of fancy golf thing is.
Yeah, there's a fancy golf thing there.
Yeah. Turner, 56 of North Augusta, has been charged with having guns illegally because under federal law, his prior conviction in state court of assault and battery of a high and aggravated nature disqualifies him from owning weapons, according to an incident in the case of Daniel's statement to Gossett in court.
Okay, so previous, whether or not it's right or justified, previous conviction, and he just decided to go, well, no, screw you, or wasn't aware of this, or what?
Columbia defense attorney Mark Moore, who represented Turner, told the state after the hearing, "My client is a gun collector. He did not intentionally violate any law, and we look forward to litigating this case in court." Turner, whose state conviction was in 2008, bought some of his guns from a Columbia man who federal officials have said ran a thriving illegal gun and ammunition selling business, Daniels told Gossett at the hearing. The Colombian man wasn't. What the hell? The Colombian man, Davonta Daquan Marquise Beard.
We're just going to call him Bill.
Let's call him Da Beard.
Bill.
Call him Da Beard.
The beard.
Was indicted in November on multiple wire fraud and weapons-related charges, including operating as an unlicensed gun dealer, according to the indictment of the case. So this guy didn't know he was doing anything wrong, but he did buy a whole bunch of guns from a guy from old Davonta Daquan Marquise Beard here, who was operating as an unlicensed gun dealer.
Okay.
Another way to see that is this guy was a gun collector, and he'd been buying stuff from a bunch of people at gun shows, and one of them is this guy with a weird name that did something wrong.
Beard.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't say anything about gun shows. He just said he bought a bunch from him.
Yeah, he said.
The way
and define
like he's going to back of trunks of cars and alleys or something and doing this stuff while police sirens are going by. Like, this is ridiculous. They don't know, and they're just saying this guy is a whatever. As if I'm sure the guy when he was selling, he was like, "Hey, by the way, it's disputed whether or not this is legitimate." You know?
Okay, so my two questions would be: number one, did he actually know that the guy was dealing in unknown firearms?
Right. I mean, yeah, he could.
Two,
He could. Yeah, it's true. I mean, it said he did not.
Two,
the lawyer says that he does not
two,
intentionally.
Most importantly, can he pass the background check? Because if he can pass the background check, regardless of what the state says, that's not his fault.
Right.
They didn't do their proper due diligence. That's not his fault. So they can't nail him for a gun violation.
So I got a question for you. Let's say I mean, it could happen with a first time. I mean, not everybody knows, obviously, when they go to buy a gun, what the steps are. You know, I mean, I didn't when I first bought a gun, right? My first pistol. If it's my first pistol, I go into this dude. Well, let's say I go into a Daquan de Mama Shama Rama Lama Ding Dong's place.
You go into Beard's Bait and Gun Shop.
Right. Let's see. I walk into this place. I don't know no better. I don't know what I'm doing. I want to buy a gun, but I don't know anything about it. So I walk in. This guy sells me a gun, and I walk out. He sells me a pistol. I didn't do a 4473, but I didn't know I was supposed to. How much trouble do I get in?
Full amount of trouble is prescribed by law. Ignorance is no defense of the law. So you are in as much trouble as if you would have done it intentionally criminally.
Okay. All right.
Okay, and that one I'll dispute because there's no requirement for a private sale. If it's done as a private sale and not through a quote unquote gun shop.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be now if there was a requirement for universal background checks and you were blowing that off, I guess. But yeah, you're right. If it happened in Arizona, then basically you would have thought you were doing something that you didn't need to do anyway. So
yeah. Again, depends on where you are, and like you said, if there's a background check requirement, that would be a different story. But for a private gun sale, you could always plead that this was a private gun sale.
Oh no, I think you're right, and it isn't. It's not even pleading it. It is just literally is. You wouldn't even ever go to court for that. Exactly. But if you were in New York or someplace where you should be doing all that, and this guy was acting as if, then you're in much trouble because it's your diligence to know that you're doing it right.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
An indictment in Turner's case also charges him with the illegal possession of 2 rifles with barrel lengths less than 16 inches. So he had some SBRs. And a firearm silencer that isn't registered. Short barrel rifles and silencers are illegal unless someone has a permit from the feds.
So what state was this in again?
South Kakalaki.
You don't get a permit from the feds for anything. Even the the dealers have a license. No one gets a permit. So that tells us that writer, the article author, is wrong. Well, we know they're wrong. So ignorant. They're unintelligent or they're intentionally skewing the facts. So now it brings into question everything else they've written. I'm just putting that out.
Exactly.
I tried to.
She grabbed that one.
I didn't get through it, G, but you did that video of the lady that wrote the article on the NRA Museum.
The shitty review of a bad article, yeah.
And I didn't get through the article because I was trying to read it while little dude was eating breakfast and stuff, and then we started to play or whatnot. But yeah, there was some bullshit in that article, man. She was super biased, you can tell.
Yeah, isn't it? And I don't know anything about that place. What was it called? Like I forget the name of that website. So I don't know if that's just like is that like a beta website where they just literally put stuff out there to make people foam at the mouth?
I don't know. It was shoot, I lost it now.
Bloomberg for 2020 godemperor.org
or something. No, it's just like a non-political name. It's just some dumb name.
Something with A. The effect? No. Shoot, I don't know.
The American.
But afflicted? Was it the afflicted or something?
Something like that. It's just some word that.
Yeah. But yeah, she was she was pretty anti-gun right from the get-go, man. Just talking shit and almost intentionally saying things incorrectly. It seemed like, almost spitefully, I guess.
Well, either willfully or intentionally, right? Or like, what's the word? Like, she's either willfully
Ignorant.
or intentionally deceptive, I think.
I think it was intentionally. I think she really wasn't. I don't think it was ignorance. I think it was an intentional, because some of the stuff she said, it seemed to be not obviously, like it was obviously she wasn't wrong. Like they're just, you can tell, says this back to this one now. If convicted, Turner could face up to 10 years in prison. The government must be under a 2019 U.S. Supreme Court decision, Rahafe versus U.S. The government must be able to prove a defendant knew he belonged
to a prohibited class.
Yeah, it's a misprint here. The government must be able to prove a defendant knew he belonged a category of persons barred. They screwed his sentence all up. The government must be able to prove the defendant knew he belonged to a category of persons barred from possessing a firearm to win a conviction. So that kind of answers what I was saying. Like, if they can't prove how do you know that somebody? How do you prove that somebody knew they belonged to that?
Buy my gun anyway.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I just walked in and I said, that looks really nice. And he told me $500 and I was like, here you go. And I walked out with it.
Yeah, that's
like
good.
you just
on some type of like written affidavit, or the judge or whoever did the sentencing specifically saying you are this means you can no longer do A, B, C, or D. You really can't prove that you knew that.
Probably not like recording of the transaction, and they're in there going, ha ha ha, this gets us around the thing, and we both know that this, you know what I mean? Like that's stopping those kind of people, but it sounds like it's protecting people who are just like, oh, I think I need a gun, and I bought it the wrong way.
Well, I mean, this has been kind of an ongoing, or not this particular thing, but how many times has it been brought up that someone went in, filled out a 4473, and it came back with, oh, you know that you're prohibited, right? What do you mean? Well, apparently back in 1975, you did something, or you pleaded down to something that made you a prohibited person.
Right.
They don't tell you, but
yeah, it's best. You can either go to jail or go to trial or do this, and you get a slap on the wrist, and away you go.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I guess the thing is, like, if you did do something wrong, it's just, if you're good enough at playing dumb, maybe you can get out of it, right? I mean,
if I would be doing a prosecuting aspect of this, okay, the first thing I would do is take his information and run it and see if he can actually clear a background. If he can clear a background check, well, then right there in the bat, they're not going to have a case. Period. Bottom line of the story, because that means somebody from the state dropped the ball to the feds. So the case is going to be blown out of the window right there. Now, if he would come back as a prohibited, then they could probably come back and say and argue the fact that yes, he knew he was prohibited because you run the background and it comes back prohibited. So he knew it. So he was trying to backdoor this. That would be the two angles. But that would be first all would be to, run that right off the bat and make sure, see if he can actually pass.
Hey, Clover, how you doing? I invoked the name of the leprechaun and Midnight ran away.
Coffin. Hello, Clover.
No, get out the coffin too yet. He's only a leprechaun. I think we can take him.
You missed Ghost. You missed your boy. He was here for a while.
Well, how do we know they're not the same person and just a different colored wig?
Good point.
See, anything else?
I don't know. Apparently, Clover is making thin pot right now. Is that a new revenue stream for you down in Texas, Clover?
Pot is.
No, he's talking about his pot of gold because A&A's trying to bum gold off of him, and he's like, pot of gold. The pot's kind of thin right now.
Oh. A&A, you do not want leprechaun gold. It disappears the second you need it. Shot virus. Yeah, maybe stay away from Yankee Clover. He might be the one actually carrying the virus 2 shot show rather than taking it away this year.
Yeah, you're kidding.
Gun group warns state lawmakers considering 5-round mag limit. Pro-gun advocates in one state are warning that lawmakers, in conjunction with police officials, could set a magazine capacity limit as low as 5 rounds. Freaking 5 rounds. Out in Hawaii.
Oh, yeah, it's also Hawaii for you.
Yeah, who cares? We already got a court ruling saying they can't do that.
Oh, really?
Now, is that a district court or is that something that's still in dispute?
No, that's a federal court. Federal court applies to the whole entire country with their decisions when they're rendered. So even if Hawaii wanted to do that, they can't do that because we already have a federal court ruling saying they can't do it.
Not obnoxious.
While Hawaii Democrats have long had single-party control over both the state legislature and the governor's mansion, passing a 5-round restriction on mags could set the stage for a legal challenge. In 2013, Cuomo's SAFE Act dropped the limit on magazine capacity from 10 to 7 and was challenged successfully in federal court. That decision was affirmed by the U.S. Circuit Court. So what makes... Okay, so there's 10-round limits. Why? Where's the line? Like, is it because so few guns are chambered with 5-round mags?
Exactly. That's what it was. They're ruling for why you couldn't do less than 10 because it was too arbitrary. Nobody makes magazines for most handguns in a size smaller than 10. There's one exception would be like in 1911 or like a shield or something like that. But for full size guns, nobody makes a magazine lower than 10 rounds. Therefore, it's too arbitrary a round limit, and they can't do it.
Well, even for like the little officers models, those are still 6-round magazines. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, they can do what they want to do, and it's going to get challenged, and it's going to go to the Ninth Circuit, which, surprise, surprise, the Ninth Circuit has done
very
a 180. Yeah, no, they aren't anymore. They've done a 180. Trump replaced 99% of those ones in there.
Yeah, a lot of those judges on the Ninth Circuit have been replaced.
Gone. Yep. The Ninth Circus is no longer the Ninth Circus. That actually took a major 180.
How recent was that?
within the last 6 months.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of
they've
those
already had.
Started retiring and stuff, and Trump was just like boom, 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 boom.
They've already had 3 2A cases already through here that they ruled in favor of 2As for California. California was trying to initiate all kinds of bans, and Ninth Circuit said, no, that's unconstitutional. You can't do it.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of Walmart employee wrestles gun away from man inside Cahokia store. Cahokia, Illinois. Walmart employee. Huh?
Oh, I thought they were Walmart was trying to make corporate policy that all their stores were gun-free zones. Or is that just open carry free?
It's open carry. Yeah, it's just open carry. A Walmart employee, doesn't matter if it's open carry or concealed carry, or you're not allowed to have it in there. It doesn't mean that somebody's not going to get one in.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to make a point.
A Walmart employee jumped in to restrain an armed man at a Cahokia Walmart Saturday when a fight brought... Man, these spelling errors. When a fight broke out in the aisles. They said brought out in the aisles. Somebody bring out a fight, would you please, from the back? The fight escalated to the point that one of the combatants pulled a gun out in front of dozens of shoppers at the store. I started hearing people say the word gun, said employee Justin Smithy. Then I stopped thinking and started acting. Smithy went to the ground and tried to get the gun from the man by kicking his hands, which I don't think is necessarily a great idea. Wouldn't it be better to try and get control of that arm rather than kicking the hands? You kick the gun and it goes off. I mean, and you got a round ripping through Walmart.
Well, was it a Peg 320?
I don't know.
I won't worry about it because only the Peg 320 is that.
Well, that's only if you hit it with a hammer. A foot's not a hammer.
Yeah.
I don't know. Have you ever really looked at a foot and the hammer and kind of if you think your leg is the handle of the hammer and the foot's the head?
In a video posted to Facebook of the incident, a woman can be heard pleading with the young man on the ground to put the gun down. Others can be heard yelling about the fact that there were children in the store. I started to see all the kids and innocent people, and I knew something had to be done. And they talked about customer, how they did request customers refrain from openly carrying guns. They did not change its policy on concealed carry, so that's still legal. Thankfully, Smithy got the gun out of the man's hands just before police arrived. The two men involved in the fight were arrested and charged with disorderly conduct. That's dude's pretty lucky that that's all he got charged with.
Okay, well, first of all, number one, it sounds like it's pretty a pretty open-ended story there because you don't hear the whole story. What brought the man to pull the gun in the first place? Was he in fear? You don't know.
Right. That's
Did
true.
The Walmart
You're
employee
right.
stick his fingers in there where it didn't belong because he didn't know the whole story. It certainly sounds that way right now.
Well, they said there was a fight between two people, and a Walmart employee jumped in to restrain an armed man at Saturday when a fight broke out in the aisles. The fight escalated to the point where one of the combatants pulled a gun out in front of dozens of shoppers at the store. So, yeah, I mean, without knowing exactly what went down, I mean, you never know. I mean, I would say it'd be very, very slim chance that it was justified in pulling the gun, but I guess we don't know.
Again, did the guy have a knife? Did the guy was threatening to pull a knife? Was the guy threatening to pull a gun?
Yeah, this is the same media that say there was a shooting when somebody stabbed somebody. They'd have no interest in reporting accurately. Why should we assume anything about what they're saying here is right from the perspective of real? So if the guy who pulled the firearm is in response to somebody who was about to stab a child, that's what I guess you're saying, right? Like, we don't know what's going on.
Right.
And not know the entire details.
We're making, I think we're all, I think most people are like me, and they're probably going to be making an assumption that it was not justified, but we don't know that. So, right. So let's not assume, I suppose, but
assume that because they're shopping at Walmart, and that's the level of expecting of a Walmart shopper.
Right.
I'll refer back to Covington Catholic and the Covington Catholic kids, where the snippet that they showed these white kids picking on this poor African American, Mexican Indian guy.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, when you actually see the whole video, then it was completely different.
And one of them's actually won the settlement from the Communist News Network.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
And he's got like 50 some other people.
Yep.
Yeah. Cases are still pending on that one too.
So his lawyer is going to absolutely love him.
I carry my revolver in single action. Says I live in Cahokia, right around the corner from that Walmart. I didn't hear about that either.
There's no way it's pronounced Cahokia.
Cahokia?
I've never heard of that.
Well, how would you pronounce it, G? You've probably traveled.
No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how it's being written. I'm just saying I've never heard of that.
Cahokia.
Meanwhile,
I mean, I would say this. I mean, if it's phonetically, it would be Cahokia, but it could probably be like Kokia or something, you know.
Attention, Walmart. Attention, Walmart shoppers. We need a fight in housewares, please. We need a fight in housewares. You'd think some of these news sites would really get editors to fix things like that.
Well, you got to remember this is also the send your kid or your kid wants to do journalism in school. Okay, they'll learn about how everything that is not on the left agenda is horribly bad, but they will not learn simple punctuation or formatting.
And if it's anything remotely good or positive, then we're going to make it flip it around to make sure it's miserable and horrible.
Because that sells papers.
Yep, and Revolver is saying that you did pronounce it right.
Yeah, it sounds Native American.
Yeah, that's what he said. It's Indian. And he says it's just next door to East St. Louis. So that's a great neighborhood.
Born in East LA.
Yeah, so now you actually know where the neighborhood is. I probably don't blame the guy for pulling a gun because I chance that said he was going to get capped.
So could this also have been a rival non-sanctioned? Go ahead.
I was just saying it was gang related.
Yeah, I was just trying to make a long and politically correct way of saying gang related, because nothing's ever gang related. No, they're just a myth perpetrated by the right to scare you into thinking that you need to arm yourselves instead of trusting the police.
That's only MS-13 that's a myth. Yeah.
Wait a minute, giant mechs are real?
Remember, MS-13 is a myth because when Trump said that MS-13 is more dangerous than this, everybody made fun of him because he was saying about how they're bringing in heroin and all this other stuff. And then you end up with a bunch of teenagers being killed every so often by MS-13. Like, I wonder.
In a county where the balance of power swings wildly between law enforcement and criminals, Atlanta has launched. Man, this is the fourth typo I found in 4 different stories today. Atlanta has launching a program that, as of this moment, will let crime run rampant without the police officers in pursuit. Literally. Last week, Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields sent out an email to the entire police force notifying officers that the department will no longer chase suspects in what is now called a zero chase policy. According to WSB-TV, Shields cited the risk to the safety of the officers and the public for each chase, and knowing that the judicial system is largely unresponsive to the actions of the defendants. Ostensibly, the change comes after public outcry following a deadly crash last month that killed 2 men during a police chase. The APD's response: halt all police chases indefinitely. The APT's response: halt all police chases indefinitely. What the hell?
Good.
Yeah. Well, don't a lot of jurisdictions kind of have no chase policies, or?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's discretionary, you know.
Most, at least the ones around here, I'm pretty sure. Like Sergeant and I were talking about that before too. Depending on what it is and what it's for, if it's a traffic violation, it is very discretionary, and usually they'll call it off. If it's a hot pursuit of a felon, that's a different story. especially depending on what the felony is, armed robbery, shooting, stabbing, something along those lines. They're going to track you down to the end of the earth. Especially hot pursuit. But then
it's all in the, like he just said, in reduction of liability. If you're chasing someone and they don't stop because their tag lights don't work, what more do you know is happening? But if you know a serious crime has occurred, you're going to be more apt to continue the chase.
So, what's everybody's thoughts on this? Like, we got 7 of us here. Rich, what do you think about that?
About the chase?
Yeah, about them basically making it public knowledge that their policy is now to not chase.
Yeah, I wouldn't make it public knowledge, but if you're going to make it discretionary for traffic violations, fine. But like they were saying with the felonies, you got to get those guys. But to make it public knowledge that you're not going to chase anybody, that's stupid.
Yeah, I think especially the public knowledge aspect of it is detrimental to what they're trying to do down there. You're trying to catch bad guys. You don't let the bad guys know you're not going to chase them, right? Moo, you still alive?
Barely.
What do you think?
No, I agree with you. You can't let the public know. You're not going to be chasing the bad guys. Come on.
What about when they ask?
Right.
We say that it is discretionary upon the situation of the time and the law enforcement individuals.
Yeah. Although, if I was a cop in that jurisdiction, and I know I don't have to chase anybody anymore, fuck it. I'll go to the donut shop.
Take me to the donut shop.
Hey,
really?
Look at that guy. He's committing a crime. Can't chase him.
It's just, hey, buddy, would you take off, please?
Yeah.
Really?
Run faster.
Please run.
Really, the donut shop, that's where you go. You wouldn't go to the local cafe where you can get donuts and pie and burger.
Actually, I go to the Coney restaurant, personally.
I almost got, a couple years ago, T-boned by a guy running from the cops.
T-bone?
Scared the shit out of me. T-bone steak. I was coming up the hill in the city and stopped at a red light. No, did I stop?
No.
I can't remember I can't remember if I had to if I was at the red light and it turned green. No, I was at a red light, stopped, and it turned green and I started to go. And like right as I started to go, like I got into like the crosswalk and this car just whizzed by me, man, super fast. And my first he was probably a foot in front of my bumper, man. It was close. And my first thought was like, holy shit, I went before the light was green or something. You know what I mean? Like in that split second.
I'm pretty sure it was green, but did I just think it was green?
Well, that's the thing. I was like, holy shit, did I just, and like, a tenth of a second later, I mean, it's happened so fast.
It's kind of like anytime
2 cop cars were following with the lights on, they were coming after him, and I was like, oh, okay, it wasn't my fault. He ran his red light, he ran a red light on his end. So, but it was really close. I texted the wife. I was like, I almost just died. Because
I'm not dead, so don't.
I'll tell you what, man. If he'd have been a half a second, if I'd have left, if that light would have turned green a half a second sooner, he'd have hit me broadside. He'd have hit me right in my door because he was coming from my left.
So
no way I'd have made it.
Okay.
But then
he'd have hit my driver door.
If you would have survived, you would have been rich and wealthy and famous, and you wouldn't have to put pancakes.
That's true. That's true. There is a bright side to getting that.
See, yeah.
I don't know that I would have walked away from that one. That's for sure, though. I definitely wouldn't have walked away from it. No way.
Yeah, you don't get that.
But so, Glimtech, what do you think about that policy?
Well, that's just downright stupid. No matter how you look at it, all the way around. Like I said, I can understand the traffic violations, summary violations, and the prudence, and for that matter, a supervisor requesting supervisors, approval for that kind of stuff, for the summary stuff. But a felony hot pursuit, no. That's an automatic green light. As long as you're not doing it at 11 o'clock in the afternoon in downtown city traffic. I think you got to use some common sense there. But letting the public know that kind of stuff. Yeah, not likely.
No.
But letting the public know that's just where common sense went right out the window there. You can tell the brass has a lot of common sense in that department.
Yeah.
That's
Gee, what do you think?
Fair game.
I'm all about it. It's when I went to cop school back in the olden days, they already had no pursuit. We had radios, so that was already a known thing. They were already calling it a long time ago, and it lets everybody know that we're not going to be doing it. It says no. It says no pursuit, right? It doesn't say no capture. It doesn't say no apprehension. They got cameras, and they've got cameras on corners now, like whatever they call traffic cameras. They've got other cops out there. They've got other people. They've got people that they can put out alerts and stuff. So just because somebody is a criminal doesn't make them an expert driver. You guys just cited stuff in the article, right? About people, or you just mentioned a real life situation where somebody that got hurt by a crazy criminal thinking because they've seen it on TV or they played a video game that they can get away from the cops in a real car, which has actual consequences. I don't want somebody who stole some chapstick and overreacts to a police lights behind them, stepping on the gas and killing people. I'm all about it. Back in the day, like I say, that was already a thing. If the person accelerated, you got on the radio. And I don't know, guys that are on the duty, you guys tell me. I mean, your job isn't to catch every single person that ever does anything. Your job is to keep people safe. And they make jokes about it on TV, right? Where somebody will, like in a comedy show, they'll pursue somebody and make wreak havoc in the neighborhood and then capture a purse with $4 in it or whatever.
Radio goes faster than cars.
Well, yeah, that's what I've heard. I was just going to say the same thing. I've heard that too. You can't outrun the radio, right?
Yeah, that's what it was. You can't outrun the radio. So if somebody accelerated, they would just stop, turn off their lights, and call ahead. Your night's going to be ruined, guy. You're not getting home unless you're going to go to Mexico.
Well, here, if someone flees from law enforcement and you can get the tag number, you charge the registered owner with felony flee to elude, and it's their job to. It's either they did it or they tell who has their car.
That's a good way to get somebody to rat you out, right?
But it's real. It's state statute.
Ain't no snitch.
You charge the registered owner, let it go. If it's for an unknown offense like that, or if it's felony flee to elude, and they can't say, "Oh, I didn't have the car." Well, then who had it? That's their only legal, relief is if they tell who had the car.
Mm-hmm.
No, I just went to school when I was a kid. I went to cop school for a little while, but I had, I think, good mentors, good cops that were teaching the kids, and for whatever reason, they coached me, counseled me, whatever you want to call it, that it wasn't the way to go. Like they said stuff like, we don't know anybody who's only been married 3 times. Like this isn't a career that you have a pleasant time with. Like you go after this for reasons or whatever, but they gave me, like, I think, an unfiltered, realistic view of it, and I chose not to pursue going down law enforcement after a couple of classes. It's a tough job. Scrutinized. Everything you ever do that's spur of the moment with life consequences is scrutinized with 20/20 hindsight. With people who hate you, don't have nothing to lose. It's a very difficult job with almost no payback and ultimate consequences, and most of the time the guys deal with stuff, personal lives and stuff because of all that don't get shined a light on at all. So it was easy route to not do it.
Yep, I agree. My 2 roommates in college were in criminal justice, and I did a ride along with them a couple years after graduation. And there is no way that I could do that job.
Yeah, right.
Everybody lies to you. Everybody. They're always trying to get out of something. And my buddy was trying to give this one chick a break for running a red light right in front of us. And he wrote her a ticket for no proof insurance, which you could get reversed, right? And she was all pissed and everything. And like, do you realize that I could write you a ticket for running a red light, and I'm giving you one for no insurance? Get the fuck out of here! You know, it's like these people. I mean, good lord.
Yeah, I tagged one back in PA for doing 75 and a 45. Yeah, okay. He was a fireman and everything else, and he was actually going to a call, but that was neither here nor there. Besides the point. So I wrote him a citation, but I wrote him one for 3111A, which in Pennsylvania is obedience to traffic control devices. It's a fine and no points.
Right.
What does he do? He goes back. He goes to his chief. He starts pissing and bitching and groaning and complaining to the chief that he got a ticket on the way to this fire call. His chief calls me. I explained to the chief what transpired. Chief tells me to withdraw the 3111A and give him the speeding violation. I'm like, okay. If you say so.
Apparently, he didn't like that guy much.
Well, no, he did, but he lied to him. That was the problem.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
it wasn't. Go ahead.
He told him it was something completely different. I was just, I was only like 5 miles an hour over the speed limit going to the call and trying to get to the station to get the fire truck. Blah 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 blah.
Good story.
Like, no.
Yeah.
Well, what was worse than the whole thing was his fire chief was one of our part-time police officers. That was the worst part of the thing.
Yeah, for him.
Yeah, the kid didn't even know this.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like,
Shaggy.
Like, Ronnie, dude, come on. I knew who he was. He told me who he was. I wasn't going to write your guy, for doing 5 miles an hour over the speed limit. You know better than that.
Yankee and Matt both gave this chat thumbs down because we don't hate cops here.
Meh.
Enough.
Just
I don't hate him enough.
Stay out of the kitchen.
Never
Stay out of the kitchen. You're okay.
And
never enough cop hate.
And never ever take a picture of one of them with an apple fritter half in his mouth.
Or stick a sandwich in his pocket.
Pocket sandwich.
It's kind of like Rusty Shackelford.
I was walking into my mailbox place today, checking the mail, and I thought I had a pocket sandwich. It turned out to just be a big wad of toilet paper, but I was like, what the hell? I got a pocket sandwich.
Hashtag never enough pocket sandwich.
It wasn't road candy or what the fuck was that?
Street candy.
Hashtag TMI.
Alley meat or road something.
It was gizzards. It was gizzards fried gizzards handed out by Gizzards Lot Lizard Gizzards, and it was street fudge.
Street fudge. God damn it, that's what it was.
It was street fudge.
Street fudge. Don't eat the street fudge.
Street fudge.
Especially if it's got nuts in it. Those aren't nuts. That's gravel.
Unless it's on the appetizer menu.
Street fudge.
That might not be a bad name for a food truck.
Street fudge. Yeah.
Let me know how that goes.
So what you're saying is you're going to pull a John McClane in Die Hard 3.
So
there's a Die Hard 3?
Yeah, I think there was even Die Hard 2. Die Hard 3 with Samuel L. Mother Effer Jackson.
Happy birthday, motherfucker.
I googled pocket sandwich.
Was it a hot dog?
Just to see what the hell would pop up, right? And
Do you regret it?
the second one that popped up is I think it's images, but the title is "This guy put a fucking sandwich in his fucking suit pocket."
That's great.
Well, as long as it was,
I've seen this before. Oh yeah. It says this guy put a fucking sandwich in his fucking suit pocket when this guy came up to him for an interview, and it's a dude. I do remember seeing this clip once. They got two guys are walking. They both have like sandwiches in their hands. They must have been going to lunch or coming back from lunch. And a dude walks up with a microphone, sticks a microphone in his face, and he just like goes stuffs it in the suit pocket. It's funny.
I'd do that.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Be like, no, I'm going to take that sandwich. I'm going to smack it out of your hand. I'm going to stomp on it, and then I'm going to ask you what you think the new policy should be.
With your non-sandwich hand.
I'm just gonna go full E-Ronda and just smack that sandwich out of your hand.
E-Honda?
E-Ronda. He transitioned.
E-Ronda.
Good for her. Him.
At least according to Pink Panther, because he asked, "Hey, E-Ronda, what do you think about this?" So from now on, it's Ronda.
Well, good for him. Her.
It's
ma'am.
It's it. How dare you use a pronoun that has more than 2 letters?
Isn't that what you say when you shoot your 1911? It's jammed.
No, you see, the 1911 and 45 auto is the pinnacle of perfect machinery. It will never, ever jam. The only way it jams is if someone puts it in some sort of bastardized cartridge like 9mm or 22 TCM.
Well, you see, you only need 1 round out of 45 ACP, and they all vaporize.
Or they just step to the left and move out of the way.
Well, and then it comes around the world and hits them in the back of the head.
I think they'll hit you. No, because it depends. Because if you're firing west to east, it's going to pass over top of you. If you're firing east to west, it's going to hit you in the ass. And if you're shooting either northwards or southwards, it's going to move over 7 degrees.
That sounds like a gay Honda chat.
The Earth is flat, so it's just going to eventually get to the edge.
Still right. But the Earth's still... It's going to hit the damn ice wall. It's going to either deflect left or right, and it's going to start spinning around.
45 ACP go right through that ice wall. I don't know what you're talking about.
Like I'm saying, it'll hit the moon, and then go around, come back, and still hit you in the face.
All right, that's good enough of this fun and frivolity. Gentlemen, you have a good night.
See you, buddy.
You got anything to plug?
It's been real and it's been fun, but
has been real fun.
Don't go chasing no crooks.
Yeah, don't go breaking my heart. Yeah, okay.
Don't go eating no street fudge.
Even if you tried.
So Mia out in the chat is asking if anyone has seen the new trans emojis on iPhones. So what, did they take the male and female emoji and just like split it down the middle like Two-Face and stick them together?
Have like a bunch of them have a third or fourth choice now when you do like a dancing person or something. There'll be a dancing dude, a dancing chick, and then a dancing something else, and it just looks a little bit different. And then they got a bunch of them with like a bunch of the faces that have like...
Oh, I thought you meant like the circle with a plus or a circle with an arrow, and you could have like a circle with a squiggly line or a circle.
That's probably... I didn't even look for those. I don't have it. I didn't do the update on my phone. She did it on hers. So she was looking through them. And there's a bunch of like the faces and stuff have like, Ellen DeGeneres haircuts and stuff.
You gonna have a show next week?
I think so. Why wouldn't I?
Okay. Well, I just wondered because everybody's gonna be a shot show.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna do a 100% shot show.
Okay. No, I gotta figure out how to load this up on my phone because I'll probably be driving back by the time your show comes on. So
yeah. I'm
well, talk to Sarge. He was on his phone at the start of the chat, so
yeah, I'll get that hooked up when we get up there on Sunday. Right back. All right, have a good night. Catch you guys.
No, it just looks like a non-lipstick B.
Yeah,
Mia, that word makes my brain hurt. which I grant you is only the size of a marble.
No, she said no. It looks like a non-lips tickle bland.
Tickle
bland?
Tickle's being.
I can read your wife's writing. It says, no, it looks just like a non-lipstick lesbian.
Yeah.
It's
Tickle
a bean flicker.
Whoa.
Don't flick the beans. They'll kick you if you do that.
Uh-huh.
At least without asking first.
What, the girls kick you?
Something kicks you. I don't know whose bean or what bean you're flicking. So now that we've derailed even farther, we got another story.
I don't know.
Midnight Range just disconnected. Oh shit! And Moose got the moderator right again.
Oh, this is the bean chat now.
Off again.
What kind of beans do you? Oh, he's back.
Fava beans, kidney beans, lava beans.
With a little Chianti.
Just dumped me out again. Oh, that's weird.
No, I'm more of a cider person.
Like when you're not good enough, you get kicked.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, Night Strike said that. He said if this shit isn't up to snuff, he said I'm just gonna cut it off.
Like back in the day, they would have those audience applause meters. Like now,
the Gong Show.
No, it's like the hook. The big hook comes out and
no, like the audience applause meter. So like basically, he's got some kind of tech set up so that if people start like going on there, then you get kicked out as the host, and then you get cycled through.
Wait, are you saying that Night Strike may or may not be listening in on people's microphones to see if they're going woohoo or boo or Alexa, order 50 tons of toilet paper, extra cheap?
He's an agent of
As a benefit to use in the chamber, he offers that without need to sign up for it. Yes.
Farva beans.
Fava.
You mean
I prefer lava beans. No, they're lava beans.
Farva's the dude from what's that
Hannibal.
cop movie?
The what?
What
cop movie?
Which cop movie?
Farva.
Police Academy.
Meow. No, the Meow. What's the
Meow?
Last
Action
Super
Hero?
Troopers. Super Troopers.
Nothing.
Farva from Super Troopers.
Fava beans was from Hannibal, where you eat your liver with some fava beans and some Chianti.
Mm-hmm.
Farva beans.
Farter beans.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, that's the end result.
Minnesota. Oh, sorry.
Farma beans. There you go.
Yeah, those are the ones that look like Jelly Bellies, but they kind of make you more docile and consume more.
Night Strike is like the puppet master. He's probably out there going, Sarge is gone. Let's see. Midnight's gone.
We're all walking down a hallway. Sarge would have been at the end of the line, and we wouldn't have noticed.
Now, are you talking we're walking down a narrow hallway, or we're walking like side to side where only like one or two people might know?
Single file, and then he would have just not been there anymore. We turned around, and it's like, what happened to Sarge?
So this is like an episode. We're in episodes from Scooby-Doo with the hallway of a million doors. So we're walking along. We're talking up front about beans and farting and stuff, and Sarge is just kind of looking a little bit slower, and all of a sudden a door opens up behind him and just goes yoink,
zoinks.
Maybe he stopped. Maybe he stopped just out of the kitchen or something. He was like, I wonder what it's like in there. And then, yeah, like some like bookcase opened a little bit, and some arms grabbed him.
Oh, hey, obnoxious! I smell some donuts. Yeah, no. Sorry, I'm not Casey Kasem. I can't do the voice of Shaggy.
I forgot he was Shaggy.
Yeah.
That was shit. What was that dude's name from the American or the top 10?
Casey Kasem.
Casey Kasem. Yep, he was Shaggy.
No, really?
Yep.
He was also Cartoon Robin.
Mm-hmm.
Robin, the Batman Robin, or a different Robin?
Yeah, Batman Robin.
Which cartoon? We talking the Super Friends or Batman the Animated Series? Okay.
Yeah, the Super Friends. 60s and 70s era Batman cartoons and Super Friends.
And here we just thought he was a cyborg sent from the year 30,000 to make sure we knew what year it was.
Silver Surfer.
Nerds.
Nerds.
Nerds. Ogre.
That's right, Ogre.
Nerds.
What do you guys think about nerds? The people or the candy?
Hate them both.
Why? Does one make you feel inferior and the other one gets stuck in your teeth?
I want to beat one to death with the other.
Okay, so you're going to take a candy, which is essentially candied powder, and beat it with a person, or are you going to take candied powder and throw it in someone's face like pocket sand?
I'm going to fill up a sock with a bunch of nerds and then use it to...
Well, you talking the candy or the
candy of the people? You put a bunch of people in a sock.
We'll put a bunch of nerd candy in a sock. And then,
the candy. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's not as fun.
Yeah.
No.
What he's really going to do is he's going to tie them up like Goldfinger did James Bond, but instead of laser, he's just going to drown them in nerds.
He's going to get out he's going to go to Harbor Freight. He's going to get a cheap Chinesium sandblaster and fill it with nerds, and be like, "This thing can put a dot on a piece of cardboard at 3 inches away."
Nerd blaster.
Nerd blaster. Uh-oh. Mia, are you one or the other? I'm taking a frying pan to Midnight Range TM's cooking.
Pink says, I thought nerds... I think Pink watches the show and he just waits for something dumb to happen, and then it'll pop up like 2 hours into the show and be like, I thought nerds were little rocks.
It don't take 2 hours to find something dumb on this show.
They essentially are pink, but they're like tasty candy rocks that are like fizzy.
They weren't fizzy.
Yeah, some of them had... Like, some of the different colors were kind of like a fizzy flavor. Yeah, like the red and the orange and the
fizzy
purple.
flavor. That's what are you talking about? Fizzy flavor.
Those pop rocks.
Fizz isn't a flavor.
No. Well, neither is purple, but Ghost says it is. Frederick Aloysius Pawlowski. What the heck? Clover, are you sure the are you sure the pot's pretty thin?
That's Clover's birth name.
And all this time, he was telling me it was Edward Wong Pao Pepe Lou Tversky III.
Yeah,
you lied to me.
That's what his grandpa called.
Oh, Sarge is back. Quit talking about it now.
Ah, shit.
Now, wait a minute. Are we sure this is Sarge or not Old Man Withers in a mask?
Look how now it's in color. Before it was in black and white.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Look at my avatar. It's purple.
Oh, he says that's Ogre's real name. That's funny.
I can't confirm or deny that.
Neither can I. It's been a while since I've seen any of the nerd movies.
I could Google it, but I'm really too lazy.
The documentary on Ghostbusters and the Ghostbusters was written for Dan Aykroyd and Eddie Murphy, so it was supposed to be John Belushi and Eddie Murphy. So it was supposed to be Dan Aykroyd, John Belushi, and Eddie Murphy as the Ghostbusters.
Yeah, and they were in like
did 48 hours, so they wrote the other guy, and Belushi died, so they went with what's his name, Bill Murray.
Yeah, and like the original draft of the script of Stay Puft Marshmallow Man would have appeared like 10 minutes into the movie, because they were supposed to be like jumping through time and space to catch the ghosts.
Yeah. Well, the original, like they could have never do the original because it would have been like Star Wars. It would have been all super sci-fi,
super effects, and
too expensive for what they were trying to do.
Yes, and the fact that it wasn't until like a month or so before the premiere, or before they finished wrapping, where they actually got the rights to the name Ghostbusters, because it was like the name of. It was like this weird kind of comedy show with like two detectives and a gorilla hunting ghosts, which is why the Ghostbusters animated show is the real Ghostbusters.
Say they couldn't do Ghostbusters. They couldn't do Revenge of the Nerds today the way they did either. Think you could have a rape scene like in Revenge of the Nerds nowadays? Shut your ass down.
That would be
rape scene.
Yeah, You don't remember
Yeah,
the
when
rape
she
scene
thinks
at
when
the
he's
fair?
dressed up as Darth Vader and she thinks it's her boyfriend and it's not.
Yeah.
Couldn't do that in a movie now.
Yeah, they couldn't get away with that today.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't build
No
cop
way.
feeder, though. Nothing.
But she was not within all the facts. She tricked him. Therefore, it was rape.
Uh-huh.
So.
Oh no,
There
that's
would only be
rape in every sentence word. That was a rape scene. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, rape culture's come a long way.
there would only be like 9 movies ever made if they used today's standards for movies.
There would be no movies made.
Clover, Clover, that doesn't matter.
Listen, somebody had to say it.
Yes, we all know. We all know the line. Well, how come you're so good at it? Well, because that's all I think about. Which is a fallacy in its own.
No,
Josh
no.
think about sports. Nerd think about chicks all day long.
That was in Porky's.
Yes.
And,
7.
He had to have been good at it because, what was the line after that? I can't believe it. I'm in love with a nerd. All it took was that one time, and she all of a sudden instantly was in love with the guy.
Yep.
Well, you see, what would happen is the movie would play out the same up until that scene, and then it would become a courtroom drama.
And then it would turn into Law and Order Special Victims Unit. Is that what you're saying?
I never got into Special Victims Unit. I liked
never did either, but my wife
with Orbach.
Hashtag Clovertac too. She dug it during and she dug it after, so it's all good.
Your witness.
Sarge had to run away because he's a cop. He's like, I gotta get out of here. I can't be here anymore.
Can't be a part of it. Yeah. Well, I even think just the amount of female toplessness and bush that were in that movie would get your ass an NC-17 nowadays. And since no theater will play an NC-17 or an X.
What, Porky's?
Either Porky's or the Nerds movie.
Oh,
that was back when the full bush was in full effect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Good times.
And it wasn't meant to be a good movie. It was meant to be either funny or, oh, look, there's some nipples and some bush.
Yeah.
Because that is how you make a shitty movie. Entertaining.
I think the best line in Porky's was him saying there's enough wool in there to knit a sweater.
Yep.
I always like the Revenge of the Nerds when Gilbert comes walking in the room and is like, "Worms are heaven, you've seen enough." And he's sitting there eating Cheerios with a Nope. That was the little kid when they were watching the video camera since they hid in the girls' dorm.
Oh yeah, that. Oh wait, then that'd be a whole that RICO trial or whatever. Like, well, Your Honor, this was clearly sexual assault. These deviants placed unauthorized cameras in the dormitory without their consent.
It was a huge criminal conspiracy.
Mm-hmm. Wait, Clover, you still do TV Guide? I thought you were Mr. Technology with the 10,000 movies on a server.
Damn you, TV Guide. You got me again.
And lest we forget the early days of The Simpsons.
Damn you, Salazar. Ooh, Night Strike is still awake.
Clovertac has an itch that needs to be scratched. Kinky's on the way. Don't worry. He got you. He's in his car right now. He's heading your way.
He's in his little VW bug that's painted up like a clown Herbie. He'll be there shortly.
I was just going to ask, what kind of car do you think Kinky drives?
The Oscar Mayer Wienermobile most of the time, probably.
Well, now hold on. Like back a couple years ago when Oscar Mayer was trying to be hip and cool, didn't they have like the different Oscar Mayer mobiles? Or was that Domino's I'm thinking about? Where they had like the Oscar Mayer car and then, or like the regular Wienermobile and then like a Wiener van and then a Wiener cycle.
pretty sure there's like 8 Wienermobiles all together, and they kind of change. So you might have seen 2 of them next to each other, but I don't think they ever had a fleet at one time. They just sort of replace the one that wears out, from what I can understand.
Well, no, I thought that it might not have been like the actual Wienermobile where it goes around. It could have just been something where, we want to do like this thing where we got these different vehicles for this one commercial or for a Super Bowl ad or something like that. NY Outcast is voting for a pink punch bug loaded with candy.
Like a generic Frankfurter freighter?
I don't know. It's like I think it was like they just took some kind of decent looking cars or motorcycles and just painted them like that hot dog red and bun tan or whatever.
Sounds like one of Midnight's dreams.
Night Strike probably didn't win. Well, now Clover, Night Strike can't be too young. Matt's 9-year-old daughter is into Friends, and that is from his chat tonight or Sunday chat.
I don't like Friends that much.
C4 says Prius.
I never cared for it either, but it's apparently become retro chic because it's on, was it Netflix or Disney Plus now, so they can binge watch all of it at once.
Prius. He spelled penis wrong.
Isn't it one of those TV shows where it's supposed to be, it's not in front of an audience, but they keep putting clapping in it? So it's one of those ones where since they put the clapping in fake, like
you mean a laugh track?
Yeah, laugh
yeah,
track.
but I mean they put it in edited afterwards. So if you watch it, you can go on YouTube and watch Friends without the laugh track, and it's really weird because they keep stopping.
Yeah.
It's like
funny. It's like super not funny because once there's nobody laughing, like these jokes don't work. They're weird. They just sit there.
Yeah, it was what was it?
There's a couple of shows like that. Once I've watched them, I never watched them again.
Because someone came out with like not an expose, but a thing saying, "Oh yeah, someone took and like slightly edited the first like season of Big Bang Theory, and they removed all the laugh tracks, and they like showed it to a group of people, and not a single laugh in the whole thing."
No, it's really weird because there's like a weird like you get laughing, and like anything will be funny once you're laughing, and if you're not, it's like what? That makes no sense. And then there's the rapey ones. Like there's some really rapey, like it's a word like script. You haven't seen those?
Rapey script.
Without the laugh track, it's like I'm gonna take her and tie her up. Like, and it, you know what I mean? Like when you watch the show, it's like somehow not weird, but when you listen,
it's like changing the context. Like, was it Bill Blur that did that whole thing saying no does not mean no? Like if a girl says no, stop it, you're being real bad, stop it, no, and then later in court. Your Honor, I'd like to read a transcript from this evening. No, stop it. You're being so bad. No, stop it. Yeah, so it's, because you're like changing the context of, okay, this is a horrible thing, but it's said in kind of a joking manner or to be an ass to, that's just a horrible thing.
Not Bill Burr. Louis C.K. has a really funny joke about that too. Kind of, he said he was at a comedy club, did a show, and one of the waitresses came back to his hotel room or something and started making out, and she stopped him, and they were making out some more, and she stopped him. And he was like, all right, well, so he left, and he said he did a show the next. He's like, I did a show the next night, and I saw the girl, and she was like, hey, what happened last night? He's like, well, you weren't into it. And she's like, no, I was. I like when a guy just like holds me down and does it, and he was like, oh, well, I definitely would have done that if I'd have known something. If you'd have said that, I'd have done whatever.
But if I said that,
like,
it wasn't good.
Yeah. She's like, no, it has to be real and feel dangerous. He's like, what are you, out of your fucking mind? You want me to just rape you in the off chance that you like that shit? Are you crazy? He's like, I don't know. I'm getting kind of a rapey vibe from this girl. Well, what the hell? What's the worst thing that could happen?
I mean, it's not that often I'm going at a girl and just figure, you know what? I think I'll just wind up and donkey punch right in the back on the head, just on the off chance he really likes it.
Yeah. He's like,
Donkey punch.
Crazy? Are you out of your fucking mind? That was a good joke, man. First time I heard that one, I was like, man, that's a funny joke. He's like, you think I'm just going to rape you on the off chance that you're into that? I was like, are you nuts?
Seven, that's from drinking your own toilet bowl vodka. You really need to, I don't know, at least buy Silver Wolf or something reputable.
Haven Hill.
I'm trying to think of whatever I can get like a gallon for $3.50.
That's Haven Hill.
The official unofficial vodka sponsor of Never Enough Ammo.
Armament and Axes is really throwing up the gender flag there. Bitches are crazy. Okay. That's going to make all the ladies happy that are watching this. Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, John Panette's funny. I listen to Pandora in my truck a lot, and I listen to stand-up an awful lot. Panette's funny. I'll put Joe Rogan on.
I say
Gilbert Godfrey. If you listen to Pandora, put Gilbert Godfrey on. He's got some really funny stuff too. Some of his stuff is super, super dirty.
Well, with a voice like that, you gotta be good.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's Gilbert Godfrey, more than just the parrot from Aladdin.
Yeah, John Panette's funny. Who else? Louis C.K. Tom Segura. If you know who Tom Segura is, he's
Rodney Dangerfield, or God forbid, a couple of Don Rickles every once in a while.
I done Dangerfield, not Rickles. I guess most of my stuff is more modern that I listen to, or
So you don't like listening to Carlin and just the pure rage of the bullshit. So I mean, that's pretty
Bill
much.
Burr. Yeah, I love Bill Burr. Bill Burr.
Carlin.
Oh, Carlin. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, because for as much as everyone's I don't want to say jizzing in their pants over the comedians getting their balls back, but it's mostly this is shit that Carlin did, 30, 40 years ago.
Mm-hmm. The wife says, speaking of Donkey Punch, ever see a bunch of kids singing and dancing to that Superman at Ho song? Yeah, kind of disturbing. Yeah.
Never heard of it, but okay.
You never heard that song?
No clue.
You know what
No
what
clue
a Superman is?
Let's see. It's either taking your clothes off in public in a phone booth, which don't exist anymore.
Nope.
It's trying to leap over a tall building. It's trying to leap over a tall building with a strange woman in your hand. Or it's trying to stare through the wall at the women's locker room.
Nope.
Or jumping in the air and punching somebody as hard as you can.
I'm interested. Let's see. I want to see if I want my wife to say what it is, because I want to see what her description is. I'm really interested. No, the Superman. Guy that comments says Superman at home. I'm very interested to see what she types here. I know of a Superman punch. No, Jorge, it's not a Superman.
That's what I was describing as the Superman
Jorge, that
punch.
joke is not. That joke about the chicken and carbon bonding to the chicken is not. I don't want to say what it is. It's horrible. Mia, you brought it up in the middle of class. It's like bringing candy.
It's not that bad.
Like bringing candy. You either don't bring any or you bring enough to share.
See, now I'm wondering if she thinks it's something else that it's not. It's not all that bad.
Is this going to turn into something where, like the whole Rusty Venture thing, for any of those who have watched the Venture Brothers?
No, I've never watched that.
Well, the whole thing is, this one of the main characters are throwing this party. They get some ladies of questionable moral quality, and they're not really into it. And the main guy, who's kind of a loser, said, Rusty Venture, which is his nickname, will give you a good time. And she just punches him right in the face. And one of the other guys says, whoa, right off the bat, asking for that. And it's this whole back and forth of people, each more horrible than the next of what a Rusty Venture is. Until finally the end of it is, no, it's just if you pleasure yourself so many times that you get blisters, which is kind of funny since the guy is that kind of guy. It's bad because there's a dance to that kids do. Kinky stole your thunder.
What's he doing? What's happening?
You're muted, Midnight.
I was saying I didn't know what it was either until I heard the song. It's like some crazy Urban Dictionary thing, and you don't know them. And she says, "That's not my thunder." No, your thunder. You had the chance to say what it was. It would have been hilarious to say it, and you let Kinky steal it from you.
Well, now of all the places to do that, it's better than causing pregnancy. So okay.
True. Rupan out of nowhere. It involves a cape. And on said, we've been on for 3 hours. We've been on for 3 hours. Rupan doesn't say a damn thing. Comes up. It involves a cape.
It was alerted by the bat signal.
No, it's a Rupon signal.
A Rupon?
Mm-hmm.
Is that gray Rupon?
I think it's more like a Rupon the Third.
Oh man, you stole my joke. I was about to say it.
It's been years since I went on Urban Dictionary to look stuff up. It's funny just to look through that shit.
Uh-huh.
There's probably all sorts of crazy shit on there now that I've never heard of.
Never go on to Urban Dictionary. You'll fall into a rabbit hole that you don't want to get out of.
Yeah, for sure. We should do that. We should do the Urban Dictionary of the day.
Well, there you go. I'm pretty sure Urban Dictionary might have a random button.
Oh, does it really? That would that's cool.
No, does it? I'm assuming
that would be neat. They should. If not, that'd be fun. You can go there every day and just click it and see what pops up.
It's Midnight Range TM's Urban Dictionary Word of the Day.
Yeah.
Brought to you by Boredom.
Yeah. Let's see.
No, Night Strike. I believe that's what the kids nowadays call an underdog, involving a bird, a plane, and a frog.
I guess. They do have a word of the day. Because when I just went to it, and the first thing that pops up is Zoomer. Refers to members of Generation Z, and is a play on the term Boomer, which refers to members of the Baby Boomer generation. The term Zoomer is also in reference to the fast-paced upbringings members of Generation Z are characterized to have due to the fast advances in technology and culture that has been happening around them as a result of the interconnectivity of the American and global populations because of the ubiquity of internet-connected smartphones and social media. So there you go, Zoom.
Okay, so in what context would you use that? Because I think we can all say, like, if Yankee were to bump his camera and cause everything to go kerfluffle, or he doesn't do something, we could say, okay, Boomer, even though I'm pretty sure he's not old enough to be a boomer. But okay, Zoomer? What would bring that up in conversation to you? Oh, okay, Zoomer.
The opposite of what you just said. Yankee knocks it over, you say, okay, Boomer, and he says, fuck you, Zoomer.
And underneath it says, quote, I can't stand those Zoomers. All they do is use their phones all day and play Fortnite and watch TikTok videos.
I thought those were millennials.
A little older than...
Zoomers are the children of millennials.
Yeah, a little younger, I meant. Yeah.
Okay. I thought
millennials are our little brothers and sisters. They're not
okay.
They're way older than that. They were annoying back in the day.
Yesterday it was chancla, the deadliest weapon known to a Latin kid, a flying slipper or flip-flop. My mom hit me with a chancla.
No, I'm going to have to disagree with that, because according to Mr. Knives, the deadliest weapon is a giant wooden spoon. And if you're out there, hi knives.
Or a metal fly swatter.
Mm.
They make those?
Used to.
Now, are they just like a stamped piece of metal, or are they like the zapper?
It's like a coat hanger with a flip flop on the end of it.
Yeah, the metal is the handle part. It's like
Oh, okay. I thought they were, yeah, those I remember. I thought they made them where like the actual swatty bit was metal.
That would have been.
Oh, that'd be devastating.
1995 and onward.
Oh. You need those for like horse flies, big ass flies.
Oh yeah, you hit them with a regular plastic one, they just laugh at you.
They kind of like you like smack them. You're holding them down. You think, okay, let me get the rag or something to wipe up the mess. So you lift it up, and they just kind of go buzz off right at your face, like
or like a Tom and Jerry cartoon. You slap them like 6 times, and you just got 6 fly-shaped dents.
I don't know what that fly's been eating, but he just put 6 dents in a solid concrete wall. Half-inch thick yardstick. Oof. So how many yards thick would that be, Pink? That half-inch thick stick.
Half-inch thick stick, pink stick, pick stick, pick.
Wait. You want some?
I had a 1/4-inch yardstick that was only a 1/4 inch long, but it was a yard thick.
Couldn't measure shit with that thing.
Must have been metric.
Mm-hmm. You're probably right, Mia.
Nothing weird popped up. That's what was weird. I was scrolling through the last couple days, and it has one every day, but none of them are like they're actually like it's clipped. It's clipped means that the situations being described is completely hopeless. It's done, over, clipped. So I mean, none of them really funny. They're actually words.
So they don't have like an NSFW section.
I don't know. Maybe.
You know, at midnight, just think of a random word and type it in, or something that you would think would be dirty.
Okay.
Like muckluck, crab.
What is it? What'd you say? Muckluck?
Yeah, isn't that like a brand of slipper or something like that?
Yeah, it's like an Indian,
like a snow boot.
Native American slipper. I don't know how to spell it though. MUCK.
LUC.
FUCK.
Yeah. Muckluck. Here you go. Oh, I just spelled it wrong. Just tells me I spelled it wrong, and then it says a boot made from animal skin worn by Eskimos. See? It's not funny at all. Urban Dictionary used to be hilarious. I don't remember it being on Urban Dictionary. It had its own site. Urban Dictionary is
its own.
Yeah.
Well, then it used to be like an actual booklet, and then it kind of just morphed into the 21st century.
Mukbang. Ugh.
Oh. Really, G.
You spelled it with a C, but it's MUK. I can't stand that shit. Ugh, grosses me out. One of the first ones I ever watched, like a year or two ago, was this. I don't remember if it was auto-played or if somebody sent me a link or something. And it was this lady with like super long fingernails, like creepy, long, scary fingernails, right? And she was
like a
eating
Guinness World Record thing.
Not that long, but like long enough that you're like, there's something wrong with this lady, you know? And she was eating, the whole idea of mukbang is like you're eating with somebody. It became popular because it's in Japan, I guess it is. It's supposed to be desirable. It's not desirable to eat by yourself, I guess. She's saying she sent it to me, probably. So I guess they started doing it because it makes people feel more comfortable if they seem like they're eating with another person, I guess. But then it turned into this like ASMR kind of thing where it becomes they have these really super super I don't want to say loud microphones. That doesn't make sense, but sensitive, super sensitive microphones. And you can hear the chewing and the crunching and all that kind of shit, which kind of grosses me out a little bit to begin with. But then this lady had these super long, creepy, scary fingernails, and she was eating like peel and eat shrimp and shit.
Gross.
Or was it crawfish? Shit, I don't remember now. It might have been peel and eat shrimp or whole shrimp, like whole shrimp with the head and tail on them and everything. And she's like ripping them apart and sucking out the heads and shit. It was so gross. It was so gross. It was just, I was like, oh my God. The guy that comments says, what the hell? All I've seen on mukbang is young Asian girls. This chick was not a young Asian girl.
Because young Asian girls are a thing. Just ask Seven.
A New York Outcast, do they have a country book with words like mud crab? That sounds super racist. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds racist.
Well, how about you type that in? How about you type that into Urban Dictionary and see what you get?
I'm not going to be on that list.
No.
Yeah. No way. You can keep that to yourself.
Too late. It's already on the tubes. They already had a voice sample of you saying that word.
Yeah, probably. She says it's so nasty. Yeah, man, I watched about 15 seconds of it. I couldn't do it. It's
Filipinas
and Taiwanese, not Japanese.
Hey, if you've watched my show, especially the one in particular, the Japanese have worse food shit than that. So quiet there, Seven.
I knew it was going to be frozen pizza reviews, but now you're saying I got a chance to go viral if I with like a microphone and watch cheese.
All you got to do, you can still do pizza reviews. You just got to get pizzas with like extra sauce, extra cheese, and then when you eat them, you just eat them like you're in a pie eating contest and blowing bubbles in them and shit like that. It's all gross. You'll be
like a thing of butter, like a thing of
like gargle with butter. Yeah, garlic butter.
Instead of having a thing of like the hot dogs, dude, just having a thing of butter, so you dip the pizza into butter to get it down quicker.
And you gotta put those giant fingernails on.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Who has a food video that went viral? He ate 7 hot dogs. Didn't chew any of them. Just
I thought it
cost you like $3.50.
It was 70 hot dogs.
70. He had his digestive tract altered, so they just go in and straight out. So it doesn't even fill them up.
That's right. Straight pipes.
Straight pipes.
No, I heard something like that from a guy who was like,
he's like an old F-150. They got straight pipes on that bitch.
Well, I remember,
and a frame
no converter.
They're all in this chain, connected still, and then you just swallow them, and when you're all done, you just pull them out of there.
Now, saying that, what was it? It wasn't Fact or Fiction with Jonathan Frakes. It was back when Ripley's Believe It or Not was a television show, like in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah,
and they had that guy who,
Dean Cain do that?
Dean Cain. Yeah. It's Dean Cain.
What was it?
He's known as
guy was like working at a chemical facility in like South Africa or something, and one of the tanks like rusted through, and he got like a bunch of corrosive stuff like went in his mouth and down into his stomach, and it like just ruined all of it. So the surgery was they connected like the middle of his esophagus to like the remaining 3 feet of his intestine or something like that. And he had like physically push the stuff through all the way, like with his fingers. Like he'd swallow something, then kind of like start on his throat and just kind of push it down. I mean, if we're going down this rabbit hole, let's go down this rabbit hole.
That's not enlightening at all.
No, but it is interesting to know that you can, in fact, survive without a stomach.
I wouldn't want to.
Your intestines.
So you're saying that very much like the Batman arch nemesis. This guy went into a chemical plant and then turned into a superhero, only he was called the Food Poker.
Well, I mean, if having to eat like a tablespoon of food every 10 minutes or dying is a superpower, then yes.
So the Joker user.
He probably shot 9mm.
Seven. You have had so many of those 7 5-minute, 7 10-minute things. I think that we can ruin your image of your friend Dean Cain.
I haven't been put on timeout since Unloaded Media.
Oh, you're on timeout. Be quiet.
5 minutes.
Your timeout hasn't expired yet.
Well, I skipped last week, so I think I should be all caught up.
No, you're on timeout till Christmas next year.
Oh, stop it! I will mail you an envelope of anthrax.
Whoa.
But it's spelled with an X.
Ladies, gentlemen, and journalists of all ages, the views and opinions of Two Lie Moo himself and do not reflect the views of opinions of Midnight Range TM, Fine 81393, Unloaded Media, or GunWebsites.com or GunTube.org. Please remember to send all hate mail and federal investigation papers to Shooting Left
of Center at gmail.com. I'm just kidding. I'm out of anthrax.
Well, you are a cow, so you are a carrier of it.
Nope. Turns out mud cricket's not as bad as I thought it was.
We peer pressured you into looking it up.
Well, okay, yeah, New York Outcast says it's there. I searched it in there.
Is that a crawfish?
No, that's a mud bug.
What's a mud cricket? Was that your nickname in high school?
Yeah, mud cricket. Mud cricket.
Hey, how you doing there, Mud Cricket? You had a good party over there outside tonight?
Mud Cricket, let's make some biscuits.
Why would you eat solid foods? I think I would just have milkshakes the rest of my life.
Pink, because solids are the only thing that would actually stick, and I think it was like actually a paste. So in a sense, he was actually more like RoboCop than Joker. Why are we sending all email to Yankee? Because it's funny. And because he's one of the few people whose emails he puts out publicly, so
he never checks his email.
Yeah, people have to send super chats to remember to look for an email by Sam Johnson, who sends in emails all the time.
Thing to do at this point,
But hey, that money goes to the Puppy and Veteran and Weed Fund, and I think next week or next chat is going to a fund for all the abandoned or burned pets and animals in the Australian wildfires or something.
Oh man, I saw watching this little video. Some people that were driving around picking up
remains.
Oh, don't even talk about the little koala that died.
No, this one didn't die. They picked one out of the woods and were giving it water, gave it water bottle and stuff, and he just watching him walk because his paws were burning and he was like walking all like it was just really
like pain, more pain, less pain kind of thing.
Yeah, it was really sad. Hey, I gotta run and grab something really quick. I'll be right back, guys.
To feed the dog.
Run.
No, I fed the dogs, but they're upstairs with her, and little guy's not feeling well, so she doesn't want him running around and causing trouble. I'll be right back.
Yeah, George, the koala bears are cute, but from a couple of people I know in Australia, they're actually kind of dicks. So.
Oh yeah, koala fuck your day up. They'll tear your face off.
Shoot them all.
Yeah, don't mess with the drop bears. See, there's a reason why they sit in those trees, in those eucalyptus trees. It's not because they enjoy munching on the roughage. It's so they have the vantage point to get the drop on you, beat you, take your lunch money.
Yeah, and it's no joke to say that they'll rip your face off. You ever see the claws on those sons of bitches?
Well, yeah, they're like excellent tree climbers. They're what, like an inch, 2 inches long?
Yeah, they got nasty ass claws on them.
Mm-hmm.
I watched a video where this koala bear was eating shrimps.
Mm-hmm. Was it off a barbecue?
Now it's off some stripper in the middle of a sushi bar.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah. We already had 7 upset. First we miss miscountrified which nation it was the sloppy eating, and now he's not wanting to hear about the suffering of koala bears.
Yeah, and we don't want a rerun of my Japanese food episode from a year and a half ago.
No.
Oh
shit! I missed that.
I'm sorry, George. It was you that said poor koala bears. I was making fun of 7. I thought it was him. So yes,
I'm going to go back and look at that.
Okay, I kicked koala bear. Okay, George. So you're basing it simply off the fact that it was cute. You need to remember, most things in Australia will either bite, kick, or rip you to shreds,
or sting you,
or both, or all three.
Or all three.
Everything combined. A platypus will sting the shit out of you because they got poison stingers on them.
Oh,
or give you crabs.
Then that's gonna
look at the baby.
Yeah. It's a dog. The platypus is the animal that proves that God has.
Oh, you got headphones on.
Belly. Belly.
What the hell's going on? God damn it.
Rub that belly.
Don't put me on. Don't put me on TV.
That's not a real flower. It's not wrong.
Up there we go. It's moving.
Yeah. Where's George at?
Go get George here.
Go get him.
What's the name on that one?
Go bite George in the face.
What's the name on that dog?
This is Macy.
Hey, Macy. You can't hear me.
Yankee had the gall to say that Macy was goofy looking.
She looks
scared,
yeah.
son of a bitch.
Now is that like?
Well, she's pretty much. Yeah, she's a chug. She's a Chihuahua pug.
Chug.
Okay, so
yeah,
so
she's got
like a two ugly.
She's got she's got like a curly pug tail and a little fat pug butt, but she's got like not a super flat, like wide pug face. But she's pretty much blind now. She can't see very much. So.
Aww.
Yeah, and she takes insulin. I got to give her a shot every morning, but she's super happy and she still plays and runs around and
giving her moonshine all the time.
What's that?
Giving her moonshine all the time.
You want a drink? You want some moonshine?
Yeah, she had that methanol bathtub gin that blindness.
I saw the tongue looking like, where is it? Where is it?
yeah.
Oh, Yankee has some shame, but only when it comes to the dogs. Or at least dogs. Got to remember, he'll trust his oldest son to drive his youngest son, but he won't trust him to drive any of his dogs down. So we know where his priorities are. Ben Turned Up and Mavis are a lot cuter than the Skid. So
Mavis is cute. Yeah, Mavis. He's got Turnip's good looking dog too.
Turnip's turning into a horse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a pretty dog. He's a good looking dog though. He's got good features. He's
But neither of them are nice and fluffy like Mellow.
No, for sure. Oh, is it Macy?
So here's a random thought that popped into my head. Who do you think's fluffier, Mellow or George?
Oh, Mellow for sure. I bet you when she gets wet, she probably looks scrawny as hell.
Mellow or
George? All fluff.
She's fat, but yeah, she definitely looks thinner. But
yeah,
there's no way. I've never seen a cat that fluffy.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. There's some. There's like, what are they? Himalayas? Are they Himalayan? The ones that have the real long hair?
Cats are poofy. They're real poofy though. Like they're like touching a dandelion. Mellow's got like that layer underneath of a layer, so it's like you're touching a springy bed or like a spongy bed. You know those beds made out of sponge. They have like an initial soft, and then when you squish them, they're even soft. Like there's a second level of squishy. She's got that going on where I've never seen a cat have that before. Because cats are meant to just sit in the house all the time. Like dogs, that kind of dog is meant to live out in the
open.
What is that? The Siberia, right? Like out in the whatever the snow in Siberia.
In polar regions.
Yeah, so she's got like a lot more hair going on than any cat would bother with.
She'll like snort and snore when you find the right spot. She'll can't get her to do it.
It's like, no, I'm on camera.
Mm-hmm.
Or like, hey, I was having fun with the wife and with the lady and the small one. What's this jerk doing?
Oh yeah, she'll just lay under the blanket. She loves to burrow. Burrowing's like she does a lot of the pug stuff. Like she likes to burrow and lay under stuff and like just be like packed into like corners with like blankets on top of her and stuff. She likes all that kind of stuff. That's the pug. She can go. Yeah, she can go up the steps. She's fine going up the steps. She gets around the house really good, man. She'll run through the house like full blast, just because she knows where everything is. You know, if we'd move stuff around and she bumps into, if something's not where it's supposed to be, or like we have their cages. We don't cage them, but they sleep in their cages. You know what I mean? That's just where their beds are. If like the trash can's in the wrong spot or something, and then like she bumps into it.
You're click, 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 funk.
Yeah. And that's when we noticed it, like when a couple of years ago, and she gained a bunch of weight, and then now that she's on the insulin, put her on insulin, she dropped a bunch of weight, and she got real healthy again as far as her weight, and she was starting to play and all that kind of stuff. I want to pug and want to call him Frank from yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know what else. Anything else in the news other than all this? All this
doom and gloom and boogaloo soon.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
And the polar vortex that was like hitting Michigan, that I got like a quarter inch of snow.
Yeah, we had a decent
snow with that. It's the bitter cold. Like Saturday, they went to the gun show. When I woke up at 7 o'clock to get ready to go, it was negative 15 out, and I think over the course of the day, it got up to maybe like just above zero.
Jesus, where the hell are you?
Oh, I'm in little Canada, known as Minnesota. Don't you know there, eh?
Canada Junior.
I'm just east of there.
Shut your mouth.
Oh,
Mr. Amish country.
It's Mennonite.
Both. Town I grew up in had both.
I need to go to North Dakota.
So the town I grew up in had Mennonite and Amish farms.
We just had two news reports where there was underage kids drinking beer, running with their horse-drawn carriage, and beer cans out, and they were like doing donuts in the middle of the road with a carriage.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that horse had been pissed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you see Amish kids. Well, there's a period of time,
like Rumspringer or something like that.
Rumspringer, yeah.
Everything I know about Amish was learned from the horrible, horrible show called Amish Mafia, which caused the cancellation of Dirty Jobs. So screw that show.
Well, they get a chance to
world.
To do what they want for a period of time. Just, I don't know if it's months or a year or whatever, and then decide whether they want to stay in the Amish faith or not. So, but it's funny because I worked with a guy years ago, and he was young. He was younger than me, and he used to joke about it. And he would say, like, "Man, He's like, I'm gonna join. I'm gonna get one of my buddies, and we're gonna go join the WWF. It was WWE, I guess already. I guess so. But he's like, we're gonna be like the Bushwhackers, but we're gonna be Amish. We'll be the Rumspringers." And oh man, it was so funny because he'd be like, "We're gonna be the Rumspringers," and he'd come like stomping down. You know what I mean? Just it was good times.
Amish traumas or something. Now, Mia, are you talking about physical, like accidents, like, oh, my hand slipped on this hand siphon, I almost took my foot off, kind of thing, or are you talking
well,
like
there's
culture shock?
a lot of child accidents with children too,
Mm-hmm.
because they still allow kids to work a lot of the farm equipment. That
I mean, it's pretty much like where most of America was in like the 1800s or 1900s.
Mm-hmm.
Great grandma and great grandpa didn't have 14 kids just because they needed something to do over the long winter. That was part of it. But there's also, oh, yeah, we've got 80 acres. We need hands that don't cost us anything but food.
Yeah. And then they'll still let, really little kids, 8, 10 years old, go out and work on a lot of the equipment, driving tractors and stuff like that. And you hear about it a couple times a year. Kid like falls off of a tractor or something like that while it's moving, and it's it's scary. It's sad. New York Agcast said a guy across the street just had to put his dog of 15 years down. Feel bad for him.
Night, Rich.
Sad deal. He lives alone. Yeah, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
We had to when we put our last dog down, she was really young. She was sick. And coming home the first week or so and only hearing one dog bark and not two, that was really tough. That's when it would really get me. Jorge says, I know a guy who had 11 kids. I told him, don't you have cable?
Or at least the rabbit ears. Or the concept of, well, I want to stay in, but maybe I should go out. I'm sorry, that was... No, wait, that's on par for this conversation we've been having tonight.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Well, now, G-Webs, if one were to devote their life to the metric, wouldn't that also include 7.62 by 39 and 10 millimeter?
Uh-oh.
Or is this like some kind of weird sect that only devotes their life to 9 by 19?
Yeah, a lot of those metrics, there's no rhyme or reason. They have weird cultish fetishes about their millimeters.
So what you're saying is that if the AK-47 was chambered in a non-metric caliber, let's say 300 Russian.
Call it 30 Russian, like we did back in the day. But you're not even looking comfortable for that dog.
Is there a 30 Russian?
That's what we used to call it.
I don't know. My lead die sets here just say 7.62 Russian.
7.62.
Oh yeah, 7.62 Russian, but
yeah, pretty sure that's what it says here. Let me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's 7.60 by 39. That's the reloading dies will say 7.62 Russian.
Yeah.
Or 7.62 by 39 Russian. I've seen that too. Actually, I think 7.62 by 39 Russian is what it says in the reloading book.
I can tell you here in a second. Let's take a look at the good book according to St. Lyman. 3240.
That's what I have. I think I have the 49th. I think it's...
Well, I'm looking at a cast book, but yeah, 7.62 by 39 Russian. Then St. Hornady. 300. CB after 300 blackout. After 30-30, after 30-75, 308. 7.62 by 54R. 3040 Craig. Do they not have that in this one anymore? Nope. In the Hornady book, they listed as 7.62 by 39 millimeters, comma M43.
M43.
Still 30 caliber.
What would M43 have to do with anything?
Okay, the Soviets follow. Blah blah blah. Talking about the Strumgewehr. The Soviets followed, and in 1943 introduced a similar development, the 7.62 by 39 parentheses M43 cartridge. Yeah. So was that? So G, you're a little bit more knowledgeable on AKs and stuff. Was the? Oh yeah. Did the Soviets come up with that particular round and say, "Here, build a rifle around it," or was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The AK was built because of the 7.62 by 39. Yeah, it's a good cartridge, man.
Well, it was built, and then because they wanted to have something that was between rifle and pistol, and then they made the PKM first, and then the SKS, and then the AK. But they knew they were going to the AK. I mean, that's why they created the rifle for it. Is they were able to get those other guns out first or whatever. But the projectiles, the first one was the mild steel core, so it's a longer projectile, longer bullet. And then the Yugos or somebody came up with, I forget what it is, 63 or 62. I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head. There's another projectile that has no steel insert, basically. And it wasn't for penetration. It was just to create a projectile with weight that they didn't have to waste money on lead because they didn't have lead. They had steel.
So it was a cheaper alternative.
Yeah, they put like a piece of wire in there. So whenever the Yugos made one without wire, and we had our stupid law about bimetal projectiles or whatever, they started going with the other. So that's probably, I'm guessing, what they mean by the M, what was it, 42 or something?
43.
That's probably the loading of powder for the longer projectile. And then there's probably different, because even they're both the same ballistically. It's just that they must have different powder because one's a heavier bullet than the other.
Well,
maybe it's not that they're heavier. Maybe they're the same weight. It's just that one of them is, oh no, they must be less weight because one of them is significantly smaller. One's like a boat tail, one's a flat back. I'm just guessing they use different powder because they're different bullets, you know.
Well, actually, if I were to look right here on this wonderful Kalashnikov visual recognition card here, I might actually be able to see if they, let's see, caliber, bullet type, case type, year, production, factory origin, quantity, powder information.
It might be on there, but it's not going to be explained on that particular card.
Well, no, I was just going to see if it had something that said like M, like M65 or M43, if it was like a...
Because it wasn't a variable. It was only a variable between one or the other. And they might have put in there like ball, and ball would indicate it was that one.
Yeah. Yeah, because, it's like an RC for bullet type, and then a kind of pie-looking symbol C for case type. So,
but in that case, bullet type is more like steel. What's the word? Like armor piercing or incendiary, that kind of bullet type.
Okay. Not like lead full encapsulated or steel core semi-encapsulated.
It's more for like keeping track of production and like quality.
Like lot number. This was made at the tool arsenal on between this date and this date.
Weird numbers that I don't bother to map out, those are numbers to the powder. So they would keep track of where the bullet was made, but with what powder and where the powder was made. And I'm guessing that way, if like they had a bad batch of powder, they could just shit can all those ammo cans without even thinking. I guess I don't know if that ever happened, but the projectiles wasn't a critical piece, so they would have never bothered. Or at least they never bothered to keep that aspect of it that marked on the cans that much.
Okay.
So all it would be is the type of projectile, in other words.
Yeah.
But anyway, it was only Russia never bothered. Russia only made the one, and the only reason the other one exists is because of our political move where we say we couldn't import the normal stuff. That was sort of the gotcha. We made it so you can't import it. And then everybody went, oh, okay, we'll just grab these other bullets, and it's cheaper for us to unload and reload and ship them here than it is for you to make new ones. And then they eventually just started making new ones with the new bullet, and they never had to worry about it again. So those old bullets only lasted through those are all the bullets that we never had access to anyway. Like they were never imported. That's all the military stuff. I guess we got it as surplus ammo. It's for a little while, but it never really came near. All that stuff went to Africa and used to kill each other, or went to Asia and it's killing each other. That was actual war ammo.
Okay, so that actually poses another interesting or stupid, depending on your point of view of question. So, like back in the 80s or so, was when like SKSs and AKs kind of started hitting the surplus market. Now, were those all like Norinco or was this part of a slight thawing in the East-West relations that we were getting like surplus or stuff was getting brought in? Or am I just not thinking, correctly?
Yeah, it all came from China. We didn't get nothing from Europe. The only thing we got from Europe was Valmets for a minute. But Europe never really had nothing to give us because it was all Soviet Europe.
Yeah.
We would get stuff that went that was collected by Turkey. I don't know Turkey, but maybe Turkey. But we would get stuff that was collected by a country and sat there for a while and then was imported as that country's property, even though its origin was someplace else, someplace Soviet. So that's how come we got some of the mix, but most of our stuff comes from Asia.
Well, by an odd quinky dink, just looking on my desk here, I actually found this wonderful from AK47buyersguide.com. Focus ammo.
Now that might have something about the different
bullet types.
But I don't think so. I know it's in that PDF, but I don't know if I put it on the card.
No, you got here as bullet types on the side here.
But that's just types of bullets, not the weights and nomenclature of them, or like the letter, whatever their actual names are. I didn't put on.
Well, no, I'm seeing like towards the bottom here, it's ball, mild steel core, then light ball, mild steel core. So that might what we were talking about before with the
that's color, but not going to tell you like M62 or M63 or whatever they're actually called.
No,
because that's never on a box.
Whoa, so Mother Russia actually in 7.62x39 came up with high explosive anti-tank 7.62-39 ammo?
No, that's actually a chart from all Russian projectiles. So no, I mean technically, theoretically, if they ever did, that might be the colors they'd use, but that's probably from their version of the 50, or maybe their 7.62x54,
or their what is there their heavy machine gun, a 14.4 or something like that?
Yeah, 14.9 or something, 14 something, but it's a Katusha or whatever. Yeah,
Katusha. That's what. Anyway.
I want some of that exploding 8mm Mauser. That would be cool shit to have.
Just because you have an 8mm Mauser?
No, because I have one, but I mean, it wouldn't be all that awesome to have that stuff if you couldn't shoot it. It'd still be pretty awesome to have it, even if you didn't have one. That'd be cool.
An
conversation.
8mm that explodes is basically a 9mm.
No, gee, I think you're giving 9mm too much prowess. Oh, night, Mia.
She's not. No, she's saying goodnight to 7.
Oh, screw 7 then. Don't care. I redact my good night.
Oh, I thought his wife was going to bed, but only specifically said goodnight to one dude in the chat as she went to bed.
Well, 7's kind of special. You need to kind of like pat him on the head and say, okay, we understand. Now go back to your 5-minute corner.
She keeps trying to sneak back upstairs.
The dog or Mia?
Yeah. The dog.
Little dude.
She wants to go back up there and sleep in that big soft bed.
He's going with the deal if there's 20 viewers, but if he doesn't say nothing for 20 minutes, he gets to still shut it down.
Something like that.
How many do we have watching?
30 right now.
There's no way that there's 30 people watching this dumb shit.
I just refreshed the YouTube page and it's saying 30 watching now, 23 thumbs up, 5 thumbs downs. Started streaming 3 hours ago.
You make your crew from work watch, or is this like paid viewers? Like, how do you scam this one?
What are you talking about? I don't have any crew at work anymore.
I'm thinking that
if you want your job on Monday, I'll have 30 viewers at my show on Sunday.
You come watch this shitty show here at Sunday night. Well, I'm just thinking Midnight might have been able to dip into the pool of the lower rent Hunan Muhammad odds.
Yeah, they're since they've been found out, they're a lot cheaper to buy.
He's been tempting them with candy and pork-free dishes.
Yeah.
What you do is on the way, driving away from the restaurant, like on all the telephone poles and stuff, on the ways away, you put up like feeling bad, feeling ill, watch Sundays for a cure. Like watch Sundays for.
That's why you had me run off all those Xeroxes. Man. Not if you're just a listener, got to go to work, so talk's already for me. All right, Pink. Hope you survive.
You get one stencil in a can of spray paint, and that goes faster than it's more permanent.
What? Yankee Boogle. Dudes are 3D printing AR-15 auto mods?
Huh?
What?
In other words, like the sear, the way to keep the
like that coat hanger thing.
Back so that exactly. So you can probably print something like that drops in.
Yeah, I don't even want to say the name of that. What they're called.
George, is Midnight paying you in American dollars or pesos? or is it Nigerian rand? Cheesesteaks. He gets paid in cheesesteaks, and I had to be on your ass for well over 6 months to get a video on a Reuben?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, fair enough.
There's no article there. It was just a video.
Clickbait.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it was nothing much. Dollars. I don't live in Mexico. Close enough, though.
Look, George, I know that. You know that, but Midnight looks like he's pretty gullible.
Slightly. You gonna get one of the Ruger 5.7s?
Probably not.
No? Surprised. I thought you'd pick one up. Seemed pretty reasonably priced.
I've taken a look at what the what wholesale is on it, and it's kind of it's neat. I might wait until they're either on the used market or or until they've been out for like a year or so. I don't know. I bought a box of 5.7 ammo years ago, but that was because this is like $10 for a box, and it's normally like $20. Just something to look at because it looks like a little 223.
Yeah, they're cool looking. Pink
pays
says
me
Jersey.
in
Mike pays me in Jersey Mike's gift cards. I haven't had Jersey Mike's in years. They just got a couple of them near us. I saw. I don't know how long they've been there. I just noticed them when I was driving a couple weeks ago. But we used to get their chicken cheesesteaks when I lived in Jersey. They were always really good. It's a good sandwich.
Well, let's see. We should probably wait until G gets back in here, but we can just start and ask him when he gets back. So midnight, you're getting yourself a snack.
True.
You have two choices: beef jerky with cheese, or cookies and milk. Which one do you pick?
Probably cookies and milk because I'm a fat dude.
All right. I'm not going to argue with you, but I'm also not going to rub it in. All right. How about
I know Matt did this on his show last week. I know I listened to it. I can't remember which one. Jerky won, right?
No, cookies won because he's been bitching and whining about how jerky and cheese is a far superior snack food than cookies. So for those of you who are out in the chat, jerky and cheese versus cookies and milk. Now I'm on the wrong chat here. Go. Pink, it's any kind of cookies and any kind of milk. So if you're one of those sad, pathetic people who like just a plain sugar cookie but like some Star Wars blue milk, then go ahead. And if you're someone who wants ostrich jerky with some head cheese, whatever kind of cookie and whatever kind of milk versus whatever kind of jerky and whatever kind of cheese.
For what? Torture or treat?
Snack.
Nobody wants to eat jerky and cheese. That's gross.
So you're on the cookies and milk camp?
Well, yeah, I'm a human. I mean, again, if there's to be mean to somebody or stop them up, make it the stop all movement.
Well, that could be useful, especially if you're on a long road trip.
You want to go on a long road trip with somebody who's eating cookies and milk, or somebody that's eating salami and cheese?
Well, it depends. Am I driving or are they driving? Because if they're driving, I'm going to have a little bit of umbrage at them eating while driving.
I guess Gary's going to let us know.
Gary?
You're setting and snob like a jerky assortment?
Yeah, whole big old Hickory Farms, big old box
your spiciest jerks. I'd like a selection of your spiciest jerks.
The super spicy summer sausage and habanero cheddar. Just get them all. We'll get Gary all ripped up.
We've got a special vegan jerk made out of beans. It's a real spicy bean jerky. Oh yeah, it's not that bad.
So in other words, it's just like a paste or something, since it's just dried beans.
Yeah, it's like
think about the other end. Results of the bean jerky, not the
results.
Well, let's see. I've got jerky that'll stop me up, but beans give me gas. So it's going to be an interesting fight to see if the cork or the pressure is going to blow first.
Yeah.
Story at 11.
That's what I'm saying. Send him the snob. So he has them for the trip to Vegas.
Are they renting a car on the way out? Hope they get insurance for it. You're going to need it.
It's going to be like Thelma and Louise, one of them Cadillacs with no convertible Cadillac. Snob and the Giz.
I don't see either of them renting a vehicle, because we all know that if you have a convertible, you can't really wear a ball cap. The second you try and stretch or anything, it's just going to whip it right off your head, and then you're going to get sunburn on your head, and that's no fun.
Snob and the Giz.
Giz and the cow. Giz and the steer. Steer and the Giz. So we can't say
Jake and the Fat Man.
I've heard of it.
Yeah.
They get stopped by the female chips of Arizona, and they're going to be like, "Ain't you fellas snob and Giz?" Heard about you coming through town.
You boys ain't from round here, are you?
Just wait. Gio's going to be waiting until they're just coming in the state. Then he's going to call in a couple favors from some of the former vampire lesbian cheerleaders who are now part of the Highway Patrol and say, hey, this gizzard and this snob guy, you want to be on the lookout for them. They're carrying garlic, illegal garlic. No tree, the pink. Convertibles are still a thing if you're looking at like the Camaros, some Mustangs, and a couple of the new Corvettes.
Yeah, that's true. I guess you don't see a ton of convertibles, huh?
They're out here. They're out here. You know, where it's hot. I'm sure they got them in Florida too, but they're out here quite a bit.
Well, what was it? A couple years ago don't remember if I was listening to something or reading something. It was kind of trends in the automotive industry, how they've kind of moved away from like, okay, when you were a kid, most boys would be either okay, your dream first car, it might be, I don't know, maybe like a truck or maybe kind of like a sporty car or a muscle car kind of thing. And nowadays it's the kids who are, if they even want a vehicle, for Exhibit A, I give you Yankee's oldest kid. They want something that they can haul all their friends around in. They don't want a little sporty 2-door coupe or something. They want, something they can pack like 10 of them in and just go.
Well, it just depends on the kids, probably. We wanted muscle cars. Nobody I know wanted a truck even. Because then you have to do work. We didn't want to do chores. We wanted to go run around.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like, oh, say you have a truck, right? Because it's gone wild.
But most of us had truck. That's what we start driving in, right? A lot of times kids start driving in. Like if somebody's got a truck, like, they drive cars, but they got a truck, and that's what they get the kids to start driving. Nobody cares if you wreck the truck type of shit. So a lot of us drove around in trucks.
One of those things where, this thing's already been flipped 3 times. You're not going to do any more damage to it.
Or like it was grandpa's and he don't drive it, or, so-and-so got it because they did something and now we got it here. It was like trucks around.
C4 Defense says plane, trains, and automobiles. Gizzard and the Snob go to Vegas. It'd be like
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, the Snob Edition.
Fear and Loathing mixed with Golden Girls.
I haven't watched Golden Girls in a while.
Fear and Golden.
Fear and Golden.
Yeah. Golden Fears.
Oh darn it! What was the?
You could change the name to Planes, Stains, and Autoloaders. Gizzard and Snob go to Vegas.
I'm trying to remember what the
Planes, Stains, and Complaints.
Darn it! What was the name of that? What was it, like the first Muppet movie, like Stop That Bird or Follow That Bird? Or not Muppet movie, because it was a Sesame Street movie, because the first Muppet movie was just the Muppet movie.
Yeah, Stop That Bird. Halt, was it Halt, Stop That Bird, or something like that?
Big Bird got sick of it and left.
I think it was kind of one of those, I don't know whether it was like a running away or it was like, oh, I want to go, like the old, I want to go to Hollywood and hit the big time kind of trope thing. But no, just with like that Stop That Bird or Follow That Bird for Gizzard. Like follow that gizzard, stop that snob.
Follow that bird.
General relativity, my first was a 73 Cutlass with T-tops and no engines. Had to build it myself. Now I have a truck. And
I wanted to buy like a carcass and put it together. They wouldn't let me though.
Pink says I started with a 73 Charger with a 318. That car probably bounced off every tree in my county with my brother driving it. New York Outcast is saying fast food and lots of bathroom breaks make for a lame movie. Well, now, Outcast, we all know that stuff happened in every single road movie. It's just that it gets cut out for pacing. I mean, you don't want a New York to LA Cannonball Run movie that's that actual 12 or that's an actual 19 hours long. You want it condensed down into 90 minutes.
They could put together a guide of like all the good bathrooms along 40.
Mm-hmm. Have it like in the 30s with those old hobo signs. 1X meant it was attractive wife with good food. A skull meant hobo bodies in the basement. Third meant husband at home. Run.
Duncan Hines got started. That's how Duncan Hines got famous. Was writing a
travel book.
A travel book with places to eat
for hobos.
Restaurants that did. What's that?
For hobos?
Well, hobos could use it, sure.
Anyone I would think who could read and dash and dine. Or is that dine and dash? Yeah. You get the food, then you run. You don't run and then get the food.
Yeah. You just you're running from restaurant to restaurant and you never eat. And you're just like, one of these times.
Oh, you outsmarted me this time, KFC, but next time.
You got me good, you son of a bitch.
Cannonball Shuffle, Gizzard's first trip to shot.
Cannonball Shuffle.
Gizzard Ball Run.
Gizzard Ball, yeah.
Chicken Ball Run. There we go.
There you go.
Snob reserved a Chrysler K car convertible with wood siding. Those K cars still run? I thought they were all built. I thought they were all bought up in the 2000s when you could buy them for a song, like literally a song for like "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star." 7 leaving us again.
I think he's actually leaving this time.
Yeah, I think he already fed his cats. So.
How's Obnoxious getting out there? He's going a shot, right?
Flying.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
got a jet. He doesn't talk about it.
Oh, so that's why I wanted the. Yeah, sorry, G, I forgot to tell you. Obnoxious asked me for the Gun Channel's credit card. I know I was supposed to send it back to you, but he seems such a nice guy.
He doesn't need it. He probably just needs it for some other purpose because he's got everything paid for.
Well, now, didn't you say that they were thinking of implementing some type of frequent point or frequent patch point or something like that?
I don't know.
Cannonball Shuffle.
That'd be interesting. I wonder if that's a thing. If somebody had a nonprofit, let's say, and they had a credit card, and then as long as people paid it off, if people used it, and then the thing would accrue.
Like
they probably have
points or something.
You can throw your points. They probably have a way you can throw your points. Like, I'm accruing points on my credit card, but I'd like you to throw them to that joint thing. They must make something like that, probably.
Yeah, no.
Otherwise, you could probably have like a couple of 3 people use the same card and get all, every time they flew and use it wherever they go to get hotels and everything, and then get all your points on one card. Mm-hmm. But I was just thinking that probably would be a thing, try to get all your points on one card. Because eventually, if you had 3 people traveling or 2 people traveling at a time or whatever it comes out to, then you'd probably end up getting a free flight once in a while just on your flyer stuff.
Yeah, I guess you don't hear too much about like frequent flyer cards anymore. It's like, oh, hey, it's cash back. You can get like extra percentage points if you shop at this particular store, or if it's on like food or like on groceries and gas or something like that. Huh?
You mean from a credit card or something?
Yeah.
Because from flying, you still get frequent flyer points, don't you? Like from the airline?
I don't know. I've flown maybe a half dozen times in my life, and I've only paid for it once. And it wasn't like I actually paid or went to the website and paid for it. It was, oh, hey, we're getting 5 tickets to go this place. It's going to be X number of dollars. It's going to be like $300. Simply remember to pay your aunt $300 kind of thing.
So, guys saying, why is the Gun Channel site say not secure? Pretty much all my sites will say not secure except for gear websites. That's because there's a tech, I guess you could say, like a layer of security that you put on a website when you're going to be dealing with money and stuff like that. And I don't need it, so I don't pay for it on gun channels. We don't take money, or I don't deal with credit cards or anything. The most sensitive thing on gun channels is whatever email somebody decides to use when they log in. So there's nothing there that's worth. There's security on it. I mean, it's like I say, it's a level of server level security called an SSL, and it's when you see HTTPS at the front of the domain name, and most sites have it. It's just that I'm super cheap, so it saves me. I think it's like $10 a month, so it comes out to like $60 a year or some shit, maybe more. I forget what it actually costs when you have a whole bunch of them. But I have a lot of sites, so I only put it on the sites that need it. It does look a little goofy because you're not used to seeing it up there, but it's I don't want to say it's non-critical. It's just that it's not very critical. We're not a subject for like a target for whatever you call like hacking and shit.
Like malware.
Well, it's not for that. It's for somebody coming in and trying to steal your credit card information. So the stuff that people would use, they're going to get through no matter what anyway. But nobody would come to us for that kind of shit because we don't have anything. Like I said, the worst we have is some email addresses. Those aren't necessarily real, and there's no value to them.
George Cortez, all I have to say to that joke is you're a very punny man.
Horrible.
Terrible. I mean, that's like the daddiest of dad jokes. Actually, no, George. I redact my previous statements. I'm going to say, now, George, you be very careful with that joke. It's an antique. Hey, Night Strike.
Hey.
Did we wake
I'm
you up?
I'm going to shut the show down just because George said that horrible joke.
By the way, I'm just FYI for people who want to know about SSLs. No, you seriously want to know this. Mine for GunTube costs $75 a year.
Yeah, for some reason I thought they were like $60 or something. So
yeah, they can be really cheap or they can be expensive. And unfortunately, the one we need for GunTube, $75 a year.
And what the hell even is it? It's just like some extra layer of code that they can add to it or something. It's like just a thing you flip a switch and it's on.
Yeah, more or less. But apparently some people don't take it serious if you don't have them. So what you could do is, if you wanted to, for your sites, you could go with that Let's Encrypt one, which it's all free certificates, and they just accept it. But again, you're not paying anything for them. They're just free.
They basically just turn off that alert or whatever.
More or less.
Yeah. But yeah, that's the first time anybody's ever said anything about it in a while. Actually, ever. At least ever, like, just saying. I don't think I've ever had to talk about it before. So, not something that comes up very often, obviously.
Well, he said that because he was interested because he wants to go in there and steal everybody's emails. So, that's all.
Now, and that's what I can tell you. It has nothing to do. There's still security on the system that we're running. It's just that the server itself doesn't have, like, I don't know how to call it, like, a level of encryption that you pay extra for. We just have the regular level. So you'd still have to use some sort of software to break in, I guess you could have to say. If that's, you'd have to figure out where our locks even are. It's not like every website just has a door with keys or a door with locks on it. You first have to figure out what we're using and how to even break in. So somebody'd have to put some definite effort into breaking in the first place.
It's a bit more in depth and involved than most people want to put forth the effort for, unless they're legitimately trying to get people's information so they can use their credit cards.
Yeah, like if they really think there's a benefit, right, or like there's something to gain from it.
Whoa.
Night Strike, did you just put your wiener in a fan?
Somebody did get in. I thought for sure that.
No,
they just kicked the door right open.
Somebody just kicked G's door open. Go quick! Where's the AK? Here's the AK.
Okay, it'll be to you. It'll be to you via next day Prime shipping.
All right.
Because remember, boys and girls, when seconds counts, Prime shipping is only a day away.
Ooh, just like the police.
Yeah, they're usually a half hour.
Yeah, when seconds count, the police are half hour away.
Remember, boys and girls, it's half hour or less, or your next murder is free.
Yep, they just come for the cleanup.
Somebody's got to draw those chalk lines around you,
which they actually don't do.
They don't do that anymore.
They don't.
They used to do that. They haven't done that since like the 80s.
Now they ask you to do your own right before you die.
Yeah, right.
Bullshit.
Yeah, they're like that annoying mom in the pizza commercial. Hey, what do you want on your tombstone?
It's like going to Walmart. You got to check yourself out. It's like that.
Yeah, it's bullshit. You guys should play Truth or Dare. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sounds
now,
like
speaking of self-checkout at Walmart, I was in a McDonald's for the first time in probably 4 or 5 years this weekend, just because we needed something to go and eat, and saw that, they had like 3
What's a good
registers.
reason to go there?
Well, it was kind of one of those things where we're kind of done with the gun show, but we want to get to this
We
gun
stopped at
shop
the McDonald's because we wanted to watch a movie, you know?
No, they had like 3 registers, 1 person working, but kind of like behind it, like where they used to have like that little corral to make that little S to keep people from just walking up to the counter. They had like 6 of these flat panels where it was, you can order here.
Yeah.
It's like, so that's the thing now.
We went to one.
I've only seen 2 of those, I think, so far. Ever.
Yeah, we went to one last week where it was like that. Because the weather was bad and just we wanted to do something, get out of the house. He had just gotten over being sick, but he didn't want to. But the weather was bad, so that's what we did. I took him to lunch at McDonald's, and they have a playground there. You know, one of the indoor playrooms or whatever. And they
You're really trying to boost his immune system.
Yeah, well,
I know.
He gets cabin fever, you know.
Depends on who you ask.
And they just redid it. They redid the playroom and everything, but they had a couple of the kiosks. But these weren't up against the counter. These were like back away from
these
the
were
counter.
like, if you were looking at the counter, you had to do like a 180.
They're behind
they look
you.
kind of like our associates can't really help you with anything, so scan this item here, kiosk at like Cabela's or that, where it's just kind of like a monolith kind of looking thing.
Yeah, it was just like almost like a pillar or something.
George, Walmart's Wi-Fi is super slow because that's how they get all the information they need.
Well, that and Wi-Fi won't let you go on certain sites either.
Midnight, were you trying to get on Pornhub on McDonald's Wi-Fi?
No, some guns, like gun stuff, gun websites, you know.
I wouldn't be
So he
surprised if they
says.
add terms of service to their Wi-Fi that they say something like, "We're going to watch everything you do." Just because, imagine what's the word, like the market research they'd get. You know, if everybody went there and typed in, "How do you get this ketchup?" or "How do I, what's the secret menu?" You know, they might get some kind of insight as to how to make their stuff better.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like I noticed when they first kind of redid the Super Walmart in our area and slap that Wi-Fi sticker up on there. You know, I got my phone. I don't really think to ever turn the Wi-Fi off because if I'm not at my house, it just goes immediately to Verizon. Well, I was in there looking at something and thought, wonder what it is on Amazon. So I just opened the Amazon app, and like 4 or 5 times it just went, "Oh, we can't connect," or "We're sorry." Turned off the Wi-Fi, or turned off my Wi-Fi and went on mobile, and like 5 seconds it booted up like, "Oh yeah, this thing is like $5 more on Amazon." So
See, the problem is with some places complimentary Wi-Fi, they block websites they don't want you going to.
Yeah.
Like say if you go to a Hardee's or a Carl's Jr., they block all gun related websites on Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Well, like
Walmart blocks Amazon.
Yeah, because it's Amazon is the strongest competition to Walmart.
Yeah, if you're using their Wi-Fi, they want you to go to Walmart.com.
And then it says, then it pops up with like a shitty 1993 website, and then it pops up
or at the very least,
saying, "Hey, install the app."
Or at the very least, they want you to go to gmail.com to check your order in your email. That's really all they want you going to on their Wi-Fi. You know, whereas other places, they don't have restrictions other than no porn, and that's it. You can't visit the porn websites on our Wi-Fi. That's it.
What the heck was it back when I was in like 2000?
I know, G. I know it's wrong. It's a travesty, but you know some companies do it.
No, I'm saying it's nothing to get a list of words that you block, like a censored list. And if they're sharing that, if there's like some corporate, correct censored list, it's going to include all kinds of violent drugs and all the vices, and they count guns in there all the damn time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember back 2005, 2004 when I was in high school, and back when Google was kind of starting to blow up and being a big thing, they actually blocked Google.com because people could look at anything on there, regardless of the fact they didn't block Ask Jeeves or Alta Vista or Yahoo, or the fact that people could if I replace the .com with .ca, I can still use Google. It's just routing me through Canada.
I missed Alta Vista.
Well, it depends not on the destination. It depends on the filter they've got on their Wi-Fi.
Well, no, this was
through it. It doesn't matter.
In high school. Everything was Ethernet hardwired. No, it's just I'm pretty sure it was just like someone in their IT department just went in and this is a list of websites. We're going to type this in here, and it's just going to block or pop up with that Internet Explorer. This page cannot be reached thing.
Well, I guess I think they probably did it with a filter, and they said anything that comes out with or goes out with this filter, or anything in this list in the filter, or anything that comes back with any of this, no, you just delete it or ignore it.
Yes, Moo, I'm young. Rub it in. Means I'm statistically less likely to die within the next 100 years.
You're dead meat.
Wow.
Probably. I don't know. I do live alone. I do eat a high-fat diet, so yeah, I'm more than likely to die before he does, or at a younger age.
Forever.
Mm-hmm. Chemically preserved with my glutens.
Hey, you don't talk about gluten.
My glutens.
G-Web's only prefers gluten-free conversation.
That's why I go with the chamber. The chamber is 100% gluten free.
Gluten-free. It's gluten-free.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I probably shouldn't eat so many glutens. I seem to remember a story on Hasty Headlines before it was Hasty Headlines about somebody glowing and eating human flesh because they had a gluten imbalance.
Okay.
Glutens will do that to you.
Hey, I didn't bring up the two.
They'll twist your insides, and you'll feel like a demon puppet, and then
the zombie
you start acting crazy. You'll start craving even more flesh. Like I have to have more flesh, right?
And brains.
Night Strike, don't start moaning. I didn't bring up the two biggest issues you have with that particular series of events.
Anyways,
although I have heard that Bob is missing you, you really do need to write him more. He's disappointed.
It's just too bad. There's no what was it? Vampire lesbian strippers for G. Yeah.
Well, the whole project kind of fell apart, and
they weren't really vampires, but they dressed up like that.
We're just lesbian strippers. It was horrible for me. I may have lived through it. I was able to deal with it.
You were able to man up and power through the fact that they weren't vampires.
Adapt and overcome, and then
Right. It was such a disappointment, though. It was.
Yeah, Netscape
Navigator. I miss Netscape.
The
only the browser, because the browser was fun to use.
Yes, let's see, was it the first company that really was able to kind of take Microsoft to task?
Yeah, more or less. But Netscape kind of sparked Firefox.
Yeah,
and a lot of people still use Firefox. So,
Oh yeah, I still have a copy of Firefox on my computer here just because. Well, actually, I started using it because it introduced me to the wonderful world of tabs.
Now, there's another
tabs for a long time. Took me.
There's another browser that's like Firefox, but looks and feels a bit like a little like old Netscape Navigator. It's called
not like-
SeaMonkey. It's pretty good.
Which one?
It's called SeaMonkey.
Now, isn't SeaMonkey a Linux distribution?
No, they have a Windows.
No, I meant SeaMonkey
Older
was
than-
like not a distribution, a distro like Ubuntu or Red
No,
Hat or that.
it's just a browser.
Okay.
Is it old or new?
Sea monkeys or shrimp?
It's been around. It's a fork of Firefox.
But not Netscape old.
No, they update it. They update it constantly. Here, I'll link you guys in chat.
I've been watching a bunch of. I figured out on my movie place that I can filter by like documentary and technology, right? Or documentary and sci-fi. So I've been finding really cool. Cause it's a really big library of movies, but I never know I can filter like that. So I've been watching some really neat tech documentaries. But what I haven't, and some of them barely touched on some of the old browsers and stuff. Most of them are like, like Apple and Microsoft kind of things for its operating systems, and then most of them are hardware, the actual nuts and bolts. But it would be neat to see something that followed the development and the consequences of the browser wars and how we got to where we are today.
Gee, take no offense to this, but the web browser I miss the least?
Does it begin with the word letter A and then end with the letter L?
Yes.
Whatever.
I really hated the AOL web browser.
I never used AOL, even though I was of the time where, here's a box of Golden Grams. There's a free 30-hour AOL floppy in it.
Well, remember when people first started to get on the internet, you had to have AOL or like
CompUSA.
Or
not
CompUSA.
CompuComp.
There was also Prodigy as well.
CompuServe.
CompuServe, yeah.
Oh yeah, CompuComp was that Dilbert.
Eventually,
parody.
CompuServe got bought out by AOL anyway, so it didn't matter at that point.
Well, they all got it, but that was when people didn't know what the internet was yet. There was some little bubble first, and everybody got kind of sour on it, and then the portals, I guess is what you call those. The portals was like that second wave, and AOL was obviously the biggest of them. But people didn't know what to do online, so that gave you not only your connection, but then what to do. It evolved to get online and not need the portal anymore. When Google's and Netscapes and those browsers let you do something online without a portal. So yeah, I don't really think of AOL as a browser either. It was more of like VR, or not tech-wise, but it was like your complete everything online was AOL. Nothing about AOL told you that you were online. They just told you were in AOL.
Right, and then eventually, things progressed. But the thing is, I liked AOL for the whole being able to connect with people with like instant messenger and whatnot. That was cool. Okay, and even some of the user groups were okay too. But more or less, the built-in web browsing platform they had that you were forced to use until some of that other stuff came out, it was not user-friendly.
You didn't like keywords?
I did not like keywords, no.
Yeah, I got to think how many trees or how many barrels of petroleum were, I don't want to say wasted, but used in unwanted AOL disks.
Yeah, you get those in the mail all the damn time.
I saw a commercial at one point when they were still handing those out left and right, where somebody made an AOL dish out of those CDs, and I was like, I'm gonna start saving CDs I find everywhere so I can do the same thing. And then eventually I had a box full of these AOL CDs, and then I was like, I don't want to do that anymore because quite honestly, the drive to do that's gone, and AOL's really, it's a company, but not really anymore, so there's no point.
That's kind of like a guy I knew, what was it? He had like a crate full of, it was either like the combo Duck Hunt, what was it, Mario Duck Hunt cartridges or the Mario 3 cartridges he was going to He bought like a crate of them for dirt cheap, and he was going to like make a table or a chair out of them.
And then he found out they're actually worth something again, and people want one.
No, because he moved like a dozen or so times, and it just kind of like each time the crate just kind of got smaller and smaller until it kind of disappeared. Net Zero. I remember those being kind of like big shit.
I remember Net Zero. The only issue is, by that point, I was playing video games online, and any video game that needs you to be connected online at that point with Net Zero around, the problem is the annoying banners that Net Zero had got in the way of playing the video game if the video game wanted you to play full screen.
Yeah, well, that's how you figured out about the blockers and stuff. So that got people into figuring out. People were still kind of nuts and bolts with their computers to more extent than they are now, right?
Yeah.
A little bit more, maybe. You kind of had to be.
Like Kmart had its own internet provider.
Well, Net Zero.
Okay.
It was Net Zero.
So it's just like, here's Net Zero, but we're going to throw a coat of blue paint on it and call it Kmart.
More like distribution of the concept, because again, we're looking at this all in his 2020 hindsight because it's 2020.
That's kind of hindsight.
The internet is obvious, right? Like the internet wasn't a thing yet, so the people that were seeing those AOL CDs were like, that could have been a game for them or a tax software. If they didn't know what it was, they didn't know what it was. I think it was the attempt with Net Zero being teamed up with Kmart was to get the distribution to the people in line and to have a human being who might facilitate a little bit more about it. Like, that's how you go on the line with this disc. You get this disc and you go on the line with Kmart and we show you how to, connect with your grandkids or whatever they were going to try and tell them to do.
Had to use their Ethernet connection.
That came later.
Yeah, I was gonna
broadband.
Yeah,
that came around about the time when Fine Ape was in high school.
Yeah, because our first internet connection was a 56K dial-up, and yes, I know there were many different iterations of dial-up or dial-in of internet service beforehand.
Yeah, like using Ethernet and having routers and whatnot. A lot of that stuff came out around, I'd say about 2002, 2003. That stuff became really popular, and then it kind of just exploded. And right now, kind of everyone has like at least some form of router or Wi-Fi, access point that gives them internet from their modem these days.
Well, the whole thing is that most modems that you get were just their own Wi-Fi access points anyway.
Yeah, but I am very distrustful of those. There's a reason why you have a router to be a router and not have your modem being a modem and being a router. Making it do too many things at once, even if it's designed to do that, it doesn't. To me, it seems like you're making it work harder than it needs to.
Oh yeah, mine.
And you're making it more complicated. That's why whenever I had cable internet or DSL, I would just buy my own modem and just buy my own routers. Save myself the problem.
Yes, Pink. WoW 56K that's fast or WoW 56K that's slow? Need to know which side of this generational gap you fall on.
No. There was I think there was a brand of 56K modems that were called WoW 56K.
I don't know. Our whole thing was, the phone company called and said, hey, we have internet access available through your phone thing. So just plug in your RJ11 or RJ50, whatever the...
R2D2?
3C4. I'll say my PC had 56, but I was lucky to get it.
14.5K or 3300K. Yeah. I have the same problems too.
I always had 56K available since whenever I was in the computers, but you could buy still 33 modems. Like a 33 modem was cheaper than buying a 56K. So some people, I guess, would buy them still. So you can still buy them, but
Right.
Well, ours was built into the computer.
well, we're talking putting a computer. You can still buy a 33 instead of a 56, but all phone lines were 56. There was a time when like phone lines weren't capable of 56. Like it took a minute before they figured out, oh, when we're shoving more than just the phone beeps through the phone line, like we need to actually have our connections better. So there was like a high speed telephone whatever upgrade that went through just to get 56K everywhere. Because at first it was 33.6 sometimes, right? Back in the early days, like the 90s, just because all the phone lines were connected with like stranded copper and screws. And if they only got 2 wires going through there, it worked for the phone, but not for internet. Once they went through and spruced everything up and checked everything, everybody got up to 56K, and then they figured out real quick that wasn't fast enough.
And then after 56K, there were those. Do you remember those ISDN lines?
Oh, fuck yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Is that like T1?
It was like a precursor. It was like double the speed.
It's just 256K shotguns. So you would put 256Ks next to each other and have 112 or something.
Okay, so it's kind of like just dual.
They just bridge two modems together, more or less.
Yeah, and it was expensive because it had to be done on the other end of the line. It was like something that could be done on the way to what they knew was coming. So they, the new infrastructures. But and then you got your other stuff that was even more expensive and elaborate. And all that depends on where you live too, because I lived in Tucson where we have U of A. It's a science, and we had them Titan 2s out here, and so we have pieces of the internet from back in the day. LA would have been different than some places, but then there's places in the middle of nowhere, that had military installations or some sort of AT&T backup network hub thing that you wouldn't think of, and they had some of the best internet on the planet, and they still do probably out in the middle of nowhere.
I lived out in the middle of Kentucky, just right outside of Louisville, and hey, I had good internet there. Figure that out. Not good, but it was 56K at that time, and then
somebody from
eventually got DSL.
When somebody from Louisville say Louisville and not Louisville?
Louisville.
I'm not from Kentucky, so I'm an exception to that.
I'm from the French side of Louisville.
No, you're not.
It's Louisville. Louis.
All right, you want to know how it really is supposed to be said? Louisville.
Whoa, it's supposed to be said Louisville.
Louisville. Louisville.
Louisville.
Louisville. Louisville.
The IES are silent.
It sounds like if you stepped on a dog toy where the dog has already chewed the squeaky out of there. It's supposed to sound like that. Louisville.
How many dogs have you had that have done that?
Chew the squeaky out?
Chew the squeaky out.
Every single dog.
Oh, our my aunt and uncle's recent dog. They've had her for like 5 years or so. Pretty much any toy that's made out of like cloth, regardless of how heavy, she'll destroy. But anything with a squeaker, she goes nuts over them. But if she can figure out where the squeaker is, she'll just start gnawing at that one spot to get the squeaker out. And then as soon as she does, it just kind of goes like in her mouth. And then she just kind of looks around like, nobody saw me do that. Because, she gets kind of that grin of, okay, I've done something. I'm pretty sure I got away with it. But I'm just going to sit here and make sure that I got away with it. So you tell her, hey, what you got in your mouth? She'll just kind of turn her head away from you like, I ain't got nothing. Nothing here. I'm just going to sit here with this rag doll.
You're talking to some other dog. Because I don't know what you're not talking to me, are you?
I'm talking to who's ever listening.
Nobody.
Nobody's here. Oh, I like that guy. That dog?
No, I'm saying.
No. I just.
Who are you talking to? You're not talking to me. I never heard of no squeaky toy. There's no squeaky toys here.
No squeaky toy. Even though if it's one of those that has more than one squeaky, and you kind of squeak that other one, that'll perk her ears up. But then you can see on her face like, I want to go for that squeaker. But I know if I open my mouth, they'll see that I've got this squeaker that I'm not supposed to have in my mouth and take it away from me. All the Lou's down in Louisville.
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 All right.
Louisville.
Yep.
All right. I'm tired. I'm wiped out. You can call it a night.
All right.
Talking about Louisville and shit.
He's got to make the French fries tomorrow all day. So come on. I just hope
super chat.
I just hope he fries some corn dogs too.
Well, nobody likes soggy French fries.
No big time super chat money. Got a fucking super short staff, man. It sucks. Tired of it. So tired of being short people. Can't fucking take it.
Well, Sarge did threaten to come back down to your restaurant. I think all you need to do is just give him some extra turkey sleeping juice, and the next thing you know, he'll wake up next to the dishwasher and say, "Okay."
It blows.
Travis, do you need anybody to wash dishes?
Yeah, my dishwasher walked out Saturday night.
Is Ellis looking for a job?
Because of the intolerable.
No, Ellis does not want to move to Pennsylvania. He'd rather move to Tennessee.
But you didn't say he didn't. But you didn't answer the question of whether he is needing a dishwasher job.
He said he did. Oh, you say Ellis?
I said Ellis because that's what he used to do.
Yeah, Ellis doesn't want to do that no more.
He's got 2 jobs. He can commute. He's gonna have to pay for commute.
Yeah, he's
it's a hell of a drive.
He's bringing in that fat PSA money, so he can. Well, you see right there, all Travis has to do is just order Ellis off a PSA, and he'll be there in 3 to 6 weeks.
Yeah. Just drive down there and pick them up.
Yeah, buy like some O-ring and then have it hand delivered. Put that in there.
And there you go.
Like, hey, I need this Scorpion AR pistol for Mia.
Order an A2 grip and have him hand deliver it.
I also need 1 Ellis Outlaw as well.
Yeah.
I heard that I get like a free shipping if I order the Ellis Outlaw along with the pistol.
Yeah. Well, you guys got anything to plug? Personal freedom and liberty and GunTube.
The Dyke.
All right.
More or less.
Dyke. Whoa. We talking about the thing that holds back water, or are we talking about a couple of your lesbian vampire harem? Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't mind my own harem.
You got a lot of harem. You got a lot of harem. Harem your face, harem your back.
Is he the only one that gets the vampire lesbian harem? Because if he is, then
Well, I mean, he is G-Webs.
I'm getting the Rocky.
I mean, he is Godfather G-Webs. So I'm going to say yeah.
Hold on, that's what people call him. That's not what he calls himself.
Well, no, I mean, you don't walk around calling yourself Night Striker Jonas with the blue dress on. I mean, that'd just be weird. That'd be like one of those. That'd be a weird Ross or Bob Dole kind of thing. Just walking around saying Bob Dole does not believe in this tax plan. Bob Dole thinks it is stupid.
That's how you know you're important when you speak in
first person,
third person, right?
Third person. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bob Dole.
That's right. So,
check out Freedom. Check out GunTube.org, and don't watch the closure next week.
Nope. Maybe we'll have some cool on-site call-in guests from SHOT Show next week.
Yeah, maybe
you guys all you guys that are going to be safe, drive safe, travel safe. Good
Stay
luck.
away from the all-you-can-eat 99-cent seafood buffet.
Yeah. I hope you have fun. Good times.
Have fun, or if you don't have fun, at least have something productive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And we'll skip the outros today. I'm just gonna. I'm gonna kill it.
Mia's gonna whoop your ass, boy.
Why?
Hit the button, Frank.
Hit the button, Frank. Is it the red button under the shift knob?
No, don't
Nitro.
press that button.
Have to hit the nitro button.
Hit the
So,
nitro.
everybody going to shot, take it easy. I hope everything works out for you. Have a blast. If I don't see you till then. If not, thanks for watching. I'll see you next week.
Shall not be infringed.
Shall not be infringed.
Please
Take
refrain
it
from
easy.
urination in the cold food storage device.
Yeah, don't do that neither. Don't